I am alive. I don't want to be.
I mean,
So
I'm
tired.
kind of alive.
I did actually get a nap before stream today. I just did not get enough sleep. Did not get enough sleep.
I'm sure I got plenty. 1 hour is more than enough, right?
Mm. It's about the same that I got. I got like
1 hour of like
maybe an hour and a half too. So
stilted consciousness of being aware of the fact that I'm fucking talking in my sleep and narrating some weird ass pseudo dream.
I forgot to plug my controller in again.
That's REM, isn't it?
I don't know. REM? What is this
It's
REM you speak of? I have never
mm,
experienced this in my entire life.
uh
Isn't that a band?
RE yeah. What does it stand for? Let me see. Radical evening meals.
Mmm.
It's good dinners.
Radical. Alright.
Radical.
I don't remember what I was doing last time. Do you?
We just started this scene.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Also, I see you lurking, Thunderbuns. We're in a cave.
Did we lose any progress? Because I remember we got up in this cave, right, and we were doing the little simulation program thing. We cleaned up the static, and
Right. It looks like, it looks like we have to go talk to Lula.
hmm,
Because she wasn't here before.
yeah, she's the one we were trying to find again. I don't know why.
I don't remember either. I do not know. I would hope so. I mean, if people can't see me, that's kind of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Lula to Donald. You really did go deeper into the caves. Well, you were easy enough to find. I've met a few of your former assistants. One can't help but hear things. So, this is what became of our project. Oh, I thought she meant like one of the assistants couldn't help but hear things. I guess she was talking about herself. One can't help but hear things. Donald. Oh, I've made some additions. Joseph stole the data tapes for the first half, so I've had some blank spots to fill. Lula. Yes, I know. He published his version, actually. I'm sorry to report that it's a bit tediously sentimental. Shannon. Both of the talk options are Shannon. Just, we've been looking
Mm.
for you, or we found your doctor. We've
We
been
did
looking
find
for
her
you.
doctor. We have been looking for her.
So you found the address data. Just pass it over to Donald here. Donald, will you be a dear and crunch these numbers? We're looking to sort out a street name collision. Dogwood Drive. Wasn't the Bureau going to process it? Or how long does this take?
I like the first one.
Donald, I insist. I have cycles to spare. I'll just pack my pipe and get to it. Smoking that mold.
Smoking the mold of the cave.
That should only be an hour or so. Andrew will carry it over to dot dot dot. I'll be at the Bureau for the rest of the night. Just mark it private materials for the attention of Senior Clerk Chamberlain.
Ah,
Conway, how do we get to the Bureau from here? That's a good question. Don't smoke it, Dongled. Don't smoke it is right. That shit is like sentient or something. The
yay, the
bridge.
sentient brain
Yes,
mold.
the bridge through the gate over there. Donald, sentimental. Now we too recede into history. Dude's been smoking that mold for too long.
Or the mold has been smoking him.
Good night, Donald. Lula to Shannon. Meet me at the bureau and we'll get you on your way. Head counterclockwise to the cathode ray, then turn around, then it's just clockwise until you find the bureau. Counterclockwise is to the left, right? Yeah.
It depends on whether you start at the top or the bottom.
Well, if I'm going counterclockwise from this point, it's going to be to the left. I'm pretty sure. Whatever. We'll just figure it out whenever I get out there. I don't like traveling on this metaphorical superhighway.
If there's a cathode ray, does that mean there's an anode ray?
I don't know. I don't understand how this thing works. Between us, I think you should drive to Shannon. Alright, cool. Let's go out this gate. Find out where the hell we are in relation to the clock. Try to finish drinking my tea to sort out my voice because it's all fucked up. Oh, I forgot about the robots.
Yeah. I spent all day yesterday, like, practicing vocal techniques and singing and talking. And then, like, we streamed at a pop-up stream, like, way late when we should have been sleeping until 7 a.m. And then the whole time, when my voice should have been rested, for the 1 hour I was asleep, I was fucking talking in my sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I just could not shut up yesterday.
Hold on. The backpack was here, but that tape recorder wasn't.
What this is.
I'm gonna look at this backpack because I don't know that. Also, we got music again.
Yeah?
Hiking backpack leans against a rock. It's full of empty wine bottles and library books. Yes, because that's what you take with you when you go hiking. Why are you... My controller's not reacting properly. It's like it's trying to go left and it's making me go right.
Purgatory.
Nice. Tape recorder. Someone has left a portable tape recorder on the path. It doesn't appear damaged, but there's no tape to play or record. It's empty. Hold on. The microphone is being stupid. There we go. Bookshelf. What's on the bookshelf? What's up with that? Trying to turn the volume down a little bit. Good enough. Oops. Oh no, I didn't get to read it because when I clicked back to the stupid game window, it went away. Man.
Well, it said the carried like halfway and then the project was abandoned. It's still useful. It's crowded at the peak anyway.
Oh, okay. Stupid PC.
Lantern.
A sensible modern electric lantern has been left here. The batteries have long since died. It's weird that I'm coming down the same ramp that I climbed up, but it's a different side of the cavern. There's different stuff on the path. Johnny, what happened up there? Junebug. I'm actually not sure. Very mysterious, ma'am.
Gotta love Johnny and Junebug.
Mm-hmm. Robots.
Robots.
Oh, we're talking to the dog now. Shannon's talking to the dog now too. At first it was just
Yeah.
Conway. Thanks for waiting, Blue. What have you been doing? We were gone a bit longer than expected. What you been up to? Keeping Johnny here company. Sleeping, I bet. Take it if you can get it. All right.
Mhm.
Let's get the fuck
We
out of
sure
here.
can't get it and
Yeah.
can't take it.
We have places to go and people to be.
It's funny that you mentioned cream savers because, like, earlier when I was talking about this peach candy,
Uh-huh.
because I have 2 different bags of cream savers right here with it.
Mm.
I finally found them at the thing when we were at the Big Lots.
Hold on.
That's clockwise.
Well, but she said head counterclockwise from the cathode ray.
Hmm.
I guess maybe we were at the cathode ray. Oh well.
Mm,
Oh,
that's the
there's the
cathode ray.
cathode ray.
Yeah.
She said counterclockwise from the cathode ray. Damn it. Apparently we didn't write this down, so it was like counterclockwise from the cathode ray until you hit something else and then go clockwise again, but I don't remember what the other thing was. Oh, okay.
Didn't matter.
Yeah. Wonder if maybe the game's foolproof or something.
Yeah, it's like if you spin around in the same direction enough times, you'll probably see everything. It just takes longer.
Mm-hmm. Gotta check in with
Junebug.
Blue one more time.
Half the time.
See that cat over there? Think she'd eat some bread?
Cat bread.
Nah, well. More for you then, Blue. Or maybe we should leave a crust or two behind and she'll go for it when she's comfortable.
I like that one. All about giving stuff to cats.
I don't think bread is good for cats, though.
Well, it's not too bad for them, but it's not great.
Hello? Lula. Here you are. Marianne has the rest of the evening off, so I'm minding the desk. You're not too busy. Any word on the address or... Nice place. Junebug.
Hello, Junebug.
Results just came in by courier. Good news, Donald and his assistants were able to sort through the noise. I had Rick cross-reference their results against some of our records. I found a corresponding mail stop on the Echo River route. As it happens, The night ferry is scheduled to make its stop here shortly. The ferryman carries the mail and collects the garbage as well. I'm sure you can catch a ride out that way. You're welcome to wait here. I have to get back to packing. Going somewhere? I might. I'm feeling impulsive and I'd like to be ready. Maybe back to Mexico. It's been years. They still have one of my sculptures in a museum down there. Did you know? Big, ugly iron thing. Time to have it scrapped anyway. Safe travels. Try to stay out of the water. It's colder than it looks. And deep. That's not ominous.
I just like the irony, like a one-sentence irony of I'm feeling impulsive and I'd like to be ready.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
It's like, how impulsive can it be if you're prepared? But I also totally relate.
Nothing to do but wait. Ezra. I just realized Ezra's wearing a little suit and tie. I don't think he was before. I think he was just wearing, like, shorts and a t-shirt before.
He's a dapper little dude.
Oh, who knows? Alright, what happened? Junebug. What? Nothing. Or to Conway. Up to you. It's okay, you can tell him. It doesn't matter anymore. Fine. So, we were in that graveyard. Fade to black. I love it. We don't get to know. Or, we're about to play through it, I guess. Where the strangers come from? Oh, I don't know if I like the sound of that.
Rad.
So, we were in that graveyard.
Dread.
Yeah, the graveyard that I wanted to look for lizards in as Ezra, but forgot. Or, well, didn't realize that talking to Junebug was gonna make me skip ahead. This can't be right. Looks like an old church. Worth a look inside. I guess. Oh, I want to stay outside. Okay. I'll stay with him. We can look for lizards. Yeah, I didn't end up looking for lizards. I just talked to Junebug and it, like, skipped the whole thing. Still kind of sad about it.
They had all those different spots to look. It was like 8 spots to check.
I know. Oh, well. The floor is metal. Church floor is cold metal scuffed and flexed by unknown boot heels. Oh, that is an odd sound.
I like it.
Also, that's a still. Like a moonshine still. Handmade apparatus for the production of moonshine assembled from scavenged metal and natural materials.
Boy, these text boxes sure are corroborating words you use. So you're like, the floor is metal. And then it said, this floor is metal. It's like, that's a still. It said, this is a still.
Yes, well.
Yeah.
Shannon, I don't know what I expected. The strangers, he kept saying, or another dead end. Kind of vague already, isn't it? Donald's a stranger. Hell, you and I are practically strangers. Listen, earlier in the mine, I didn't want to talk about it, but... What did you find down there, or you don't have to talk about it?
What'd you find down there?
Yeah. When I saw Weaver, she was on TV. I was testing a pretty simple tube repair, flipping through channels to check the saturation, and she was just there. It was kind of horrible. I mean, I told you she disappeared. Suddenly, ran away, but we thought... You thought she was dead, or what was she doing on TV? Conway. What was she doing on TV? That's the part that I can't... I'd flipped past that channel a dozen times before in my tests. It was one of those public access things. Some old lady reading poetry. And then, the next time I flipped to channel 2, Weaver. It's burned in my vision now. She's standing in a room. The walls are a blank kind of gray. There's tape on the walls. There's tape on the walls, like markings, and desks. A classroom, maybe? And camera's in the corner, so it's this sort of 45-degree angle into the room. And there's Weaver, right in the center of the picture. I stopped turning the dial. Hell, I think I stopped breathing. Eventually she spoke, but there was no real sound. Just this awful hum. I read the closed captions. She said to go to the mine. I'd find something there. I can't remember her exact words. Whenever I try, I get distracted. Fuzzy. Sorry, that was a real cough, but perfect timing.
Yeah.
Shannon coughs into her sleeve. It's so dusty in here, right? Conway.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell yes.
real dusty, or I hadn't noticed. You'd think with all these holes in the ceiling. Bump. Something rattled my controller. What the hell was that? Did you hear that? Must have been the church settling, or we should check outside. Nice. Oh.
Ooh.
Fun.
It's a elevator.
That seems so dangerous, though.
Oh my.
There's no guardrails on this thing.
It's one of them bone boys.
Oh, I'm controlling the bone boy. Look at me. I'm a multicolored elephant. Elephant?
You heard here first, folks. That's an elephant.
I was trying to say skeleton. I don't know why I said elephant. Skelephant.
Skeletons.
The stranger
Skeletons
activates
on
the
parade.
tape player slung on his shoulder. A crackly drawl echoes in the room. It is patient and sounds like it should be smiling. Doolittle. My regrets. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. We don't see a lot of foot traffic these days. I guess you're here about the job. I'm afraid we only have one opening at the moment. Horrible business. Conway. What's the job? We're actually looking for some information about an old computer, or do you know how to get to the bureau from here? Man. What's this job? Certainly. I'll tell you everything you need to know. I've only just met you, but I feel certain there's a place for you here. I'll just take you over to meet the dispatcher, show you the trucks, get you familiarized. We can converse as we go. Shannon to Conway. What is this place? Conway. Well, it's not an old church. No, I guess not, but still, it all has a kind of reverence to it. And what's that smell? Like bread? Baking bread? Like bread baking bread. Okay, brain.
Please follow me.
Yeah.
This is like the brewery or the...
I'm not sure
yeah,
what
it's
this
the
place
brewery,
is.
I'm thinking. And the still is upstairs in the church, but that looks like one of them brewery boys.
I have to ask you to step in here for a moment. This is for your safety, and adjust your outfits just a bit. There's some protective headwear up on the wall back there. Please remove your shoes and eyeglasses. Shannon, I'm not taking off my shoes. Conway, we don't wear glasses. Shannon. Doolittle. Oh, I understand. It's only a courtesy to... Well, do us a favor and put on the headwear anyway. Just this way. Apparently this is one of those places where you're not supposed to wear shoes, I guess. We're wearing hard hats now.
Why would you need hard hats but not shoes?
I have no idea.
Anything that can be dropped on your head can be dropped on your feet.
Right? I don't want to lose a toe.
No. I wear big beefy leather combat boots to protect my peats.
Shannon. Wow, check this stuff out.
Elephants
It
don't
must be
wear
decades
shoes.
old, but it's in perfect condition. I mean, yeah, I would assume. I would assume that skelephants also don't wear shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Must be decades old, but it's in perfect condition. How do you think they keep it like that? You really like old electronics. Yeah, I've got it bad, haha. That's why I got into this business. To keep old stuff like this running. Seems like such a shame to let it all just fall into ruin, you know? Like that computer back in the cave. Xanadu. Decades of engineering, thousands of years of mathematics and philosophy, all petrified into living stone. How could you just let that fall apart? This happened before we went to the cave.
Hmm.
She's referencing Xanadu in the flashback story, I guess. While they're telling the story. More new arrivals this evening. Plenty to do. Gotta relay the formula.
I
What
thought the graveyard
formula?
was. I thought the graveyard exit was like from the cave.
Was it?
Yeah, I thought so. On one of the side tunnels you went down.
I don't remember. It's been too long.
Because before we had fixed up Xanadu.
Was it before we went to the graveyard before we fixed Xanadu?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I forgot. It's been a whole week, and I've been sick since then. So
You almost said it's been a year. Might as well be.
yeah, it's been a whole week, and I've had a fever since then. I don't fucking remember.
And that's a year in memory times.
All right. What formula? We actually just need to ask you about a computer, or what job are they working? What formula? Eh? Oh, the formula changed our lives. Once, years ago, we were as prisoners to the intricacies of our debts here. We'd have to account for everything on paper. Compounding interest by hand, reassessing amortization? Is that what that says? And leveraged asset distributions according to nightly merit decay? I hate this. Then she stepped out from the dark caves to show us the light of the formula. She had a brilliant grasp of mathematics and a saint-like way of speaking right through the numbers. Weaver. Now we just plug our daily numbers into the formula and run it all through the adding machine. We occasionally suffer some surplus drift, but she instructed us on all the necessary adjustments. It was devastating to see our revered mathematician go, but she was needed elsewhere. Her legacy abides. We actually just need to ask you about a computer. No, the orientation is all done by voice and rote. We don't believe electronics have a role in our company culture. Computers are tools. Plenty of interesting mechanical this and that ahead, though. Shall we move on? Maybe I should have gone with Conway's interaction.
Maybe.
But yeah, apparently Weaver taught them how to use math and electronics to make calculating their debt easier. I can't go that way. Can I go this way? Oh, look, a delivery van. It won't let me go over there, though. Okay. Guess I just have to look at the shuttle. Here's the fleet. Haha. Oh, we just use these to get around internally. How big is this place? What do you do here? Oh, I'm a copywriter. Text on bottles and flyers, ad copy, that sort of thing. Discerning shades and heartsick lovers have long known the taste of hard times and held it in favor over all other spirits. That was one of mine. So, the trucks are just east a ways and shipping. You could become acquainted with the dispatcher there. Give me a tap on the shoulder if you see something that catches your eye. Always happy to show off the facilities. Sublime machinery. Alright. I guess we work here now. Weird. What is this music?
We.
Wee.
It's an electric 4-man Scooty Puff Senior.
Truck.
I want one.
Here it is. Now,
Or
I
several.
have to ask, as a matter of course, what kind of experience do you have driving trucks?
None
Conway.
whatsoever.
I drove deliveries for an antique shop up until this last run, or I used to drive long hauls. Yeah. Aha, precious cargo. You'll do just fine. And you can drive safely, can't you? I haven't any doubt now. It's only after what happened with Miguel this evening. What happened with Miguel this evening? Or I've been driving all my life, for better or worse. What happened to Miguel? Miguel. Well, the dust is still clearing, of course. Perhaps he closed his eyes a moment, or simply hit a curve too devilish. I do pity ill-fated Miguel. He was good company, and slow to anger. But if we're speaking confidentially, well, with all that lost product to be repaid, bourbon and glass dashed across the interstate, and a few casks, too, we're all just thankful he had no next of kin. So, let's see if we can ring up the dispatcher. Oh boy. Doolittle starts the truck and switches on the CB radio. A deep, monotonous voice drones from the dashboard speaker. 1020 on that load, come back. Radio voice number 1. Up in the Hummingbird Cave. 1012 City Kitty. Doolittle into radio. This a good time, dispatch? We may have found Miguel's replacement. Thought you might like to get acquainted. 10-9, come again. To Conway, introduce yourself. Hello, pleased to meet you. Hello?
Hello?
Tell dispatch something impressive about yourself. They're very well regarded here. I guess I could drive a truck like this. You folks know anything about a moldy old computer?
I like that.
They cut us off. You
got a
folks,
lot.
9-9 wheel holder, gotta pay the water bill. Ah, so, I'm certain they'll call back before long. Let's take a look around the truck, eh? Wait, is pay the water bill a, like, innuendo for going pee?
I think it is.
Alright. Looks like it's just about ready to go out. We have some good strong folks in shipping here, so you never need to worry about loading if you don't want to. Bit hard on the knees and back at our age, eh? Of course, you'll have to unload at the destination, but that's the job, and some drivers like the extra shift stacking and loading here. I shouldn't really do any lifting these days. I see. Well, surely we can spare a dolly and carrying strap for your health and safety.
I paid the water bill in my pants. Yes, Thunderbuns. That is one way to use that phrase.
What a creative
In his
sentence.
pants.
Paid the water bill. Drop the kids off at the pool.
That's the other one. Drop the kids off at the water company. My pants.
Yeah. My pants. My bed.
The
Even
bed.
worse. The bed, yeah. I'm trying to figure this out. It's like Conway's can reply with, "It sounds like a lot of work around here," or "Conway woke up on baled hay." What happens if I click on this? Conway woke up on baled hay. Everything was too bright. His head hurt. The usual. Lisette and Ira argued loudly just outside the open barn door. She wanted Ira to take him inside and shower, have some coffee, get to the job. Ira said there wasn't time. Conway was in no condition. It was an important job. They couldn't put it off. Ira said to let the deadbeat sleep it off and then send him packing. He said Charlie could do the job. Aw. Conway stepped out of the barn, shielding his eyes. He tried to say something reassuring, but just sort of stumbled around it. Lisette looked away. Ira just spat and went inside to wake Charlie. Ira was a stubborn man, so Charlie went along, and Conway drifted out again, and he didn't hear about the accident until months later. It was a hell of a time for a flashback, Conway, but I guess it was kind of my fault. So, what's next? Tires. Oh, sure. I know you'll want to look. Kick the tires. That's a thing we do, isn't it? As though our knees could exert the kind of force these tires see out there on the road. We're more likely to hurt ourselves. Isn't that the way, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, they're big machines, but they can be fragile. Tires look fine. Oh, I'm sure. It wasn't the tires that failed our dear Miguel. We're quite sure. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time reading today.
I know why.
Shush.
Sleep deprivation.
Might eat some cheese. What kind of man was Miguel? Or Conway sat in a dim room full of folding chairs. Let's have another flashback. We're not listening. The walls and ceiling were painted with old smoke. Someone read from the book. He drank coffee with a little sugar. He was just waiting for it to be over. A few others shared. They spoke in abstractions like a program of action, a good orderly direction, spiritual but not religious, religious but not spiritual, all the things we tried. Then it was over. They clasped sweaty hands through a short prayer and stepped back out into the morning. This is an AA meeting.
Oh boy.
He started walking. He was always walking these days. It was good to slow down. It felt clarifying, like a walking meditation. The road ran by a creek for a while. He took an unforeseen detour where the creek and road parted, following the edge of the water. He skipped a few stones, alone, then stopped to consider an overturned boat. It was a kind of serenity, that wandering and looking without purpose. Oof. He was coming to rely on those moments. Now what else can I show you, Doolittle? Windshield wipers. Let's look at that. Control the wipers with this knob here. Doolittle fiddles with the controls. They seem to have a decent torque to them, eh? Can't say how they'd fare in an ice storm, but we must never delay a shipment. Better to assume the risk. You folks watch the weather closely? I wouldn't know it if I saw it. Too many years of climate control. Have I mentioned I rarely, if ever, leave our facility? I wouldn't know the rain if it drowned me.
Wow. Pretty sad.
Wow.
I love the weather.
They ditched class for the day to drive in the rain. Okay. It was pointless to stay. All review. He was a lost cause, and she didn't need it anyway. She was smart. Bored. It was time to cut out. Shitty day for it, though. 83 and biblical flood. They went to a movie, or they went to the bar. I'm assuming they went to the bar, but I'm gonna pick a movie. They went to see a movie. It was some anonymous swashbuckler film about real men and women, real tights, real lips, fake blood. They brought a flask.
Nice.
Men in tights. They smoked cigarettes, drank awful hooch, whistled buckets of rain. She sang about someone she wanted... Oh. She sang about someone she wanted once to have loved. Brown hair curled around her ear. She had a voice like Scotch whiskey. They poured another drink. It was time to go. It's time to go. Stiff drinks were wearing on him, and he felt a surge of dejection. He knew she'd keep singing. He thought she would sing for someone who deserved to hear it. He knew she'd find a ride, so he slipped out alone. He sat in his car and went over some options. Chicago, Toronto, Barrow. It seemed like a bold and impulsive gesture at the time. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he removed his hands from the steering wheel for a moment and felt the car drift into a decision. Years later, he'd think of this as the moment he himself started drifting. All right, Conway. Modest technology, but suited to the job. Plenty good enough. We're just having, like, dejected flashbacks of the worst moments of our lives while we're listening to this dude prattle on about this truck.
I know, right?
How is my tea already cold?
Been talking instead of sipping.
Yeah. Headlights work fine. That's important. Most of our product goes out at night. You never know who you'll run into in the daytime. And dusk can be treacherously misleading with all that indirect light. The magic hour, eh? Magic hour, sure. Drivers sleep in the day, then? Sure, those that sleep. Miguel pulled extra day shifts when he could. Sometimes he'd help me with, sometimes over in bottling. He shouldn't have been out driving at dusk. Weird shadows, soft light, dangerous. Wow. Headlights look, pretty okay. Conway had to get off the highway. Too loud, too murky. He turned off into some gray cornfield in Indiana. You never want to find yourself in Indiana. He watched
Least of all, a
traffic and
cornfield.
birds. Seeing those migrations close up, they looked random. He thought about the load in the trailer. Thousands of plastic cups. Somebody wanted those cups in Rockford that night. It was pointless. So, moving on. Radio. The truck's radio crackles back to life. Dispatcher. Driver, come back. Doolittle. Ah, there's dispatch. Now, tell them about your experience. Tell them the truck's in good shape. Tell them you'll start in the morning. Conway. I've been driving for a number of years. Truck looks good, or I really can't. Yeah, we've got to finish this delivery and a few... Radio voice 2. 10:33 dispatch. Got 2 black eyes and a flock of crocodiles. Come back. A flock of crocodiles? 10:4. Back it down and prick your eyelids, driver. Okay, then. Come back, wheel holder. Conway remains silent. Dispatch is addressing you.
I think the 2 black eyes and a flock of crocodiles might mean, like, 0 visibility and, like, really bad rain.
Maybe.
But I don't know.
Doolittle. Dispatch is addressing you. He's here, dispatch. Dispatch. Got your ears on? Good. Listen to this. Silence. So, I think that went well. Let's head back up to logistics and seal the deal, eh? I've got one more thing to show you. Yeah, about that.
You think that it's gonna work out that way, you got another think coming, buddy.
This music is weird.
Yes.
He said he had something else to show us, but there was only one other option. Lasagna! You can't chat because you're eating soup. That's alright. As long as you're here. I would feel
Don't
bad.
talk with your mouth full anyway.
I'd feel bad if you missed some of this, so... Alright, let's head back upstairs. I have one more thing to show you. We only came here looking for some answers about this stupid moldy computer. Oh, the old man in the cave with the moldy computer. The black mold, it's drawn to whiskey. It feeds on ethanol fumes, you see. As we age the whiskey, some of it inevitably evaporates into the air. The angels share. Ooh, hiccup.
That's a thing. The angel share is a thing.
Yep. That's why Angel's Envy is called that. It goes through the vents here and out into the caves. If we can scrape up that mold, we can usually apply some pressure and cold to it. Squeeze and condense the angel's share back into drinkable whiskey. They cold press the mold for whiskey.
They mold press the cold?
Every drop counts when you're making a living on this stuff, so we'd go down and scrape it off his equipment, just like any other place it grows. He kept sending his people here to drive us away. Paranoid. Truly paranoid. Well, now we have the formula, so we don't need to go collecting mold. Since we stopped going down there, I'm sure the mold's gotten pretty thick. Try cleaning off the timing crystal. That'll get you going. I'm sure of it. So, join me upstairs? Are we gonna go with them? I mean, they're gonna follow anyways, I think, so.
Not like there's anywhere else to go at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if it's over here that he wants to show us? I don't know. No? I can't walk any faster either.
Hooray.
Also, the Skelly boys in these chairs look so bored.
Yeah, they do. And largely faded.
If you don't mind. Ouch. Oh. We're going into the room where the hard hats came from.
Put them back, I assume.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Ouch. Trying to reposition in my chair a little bit, but my hips hurt. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Adding machine. Here it is. A beauty, wouldn't you say? It's an antique, you know. What is it? Why, it's an adding machine. This is where we come for our daily ritual, to calculate the day's interest and repayment according to the formula. I usually do so at the beginning of my shift, so I know how many hours I need in order to keep up. Yes, I believe you'll do well here. Happy to have you. Congratulations, you're hired. Wait, we can't. It's customary here to start each day with a shift drink. Let's make it special. Mark the occasion. This is the top shelf stuff now. Single barrel. He doesn't... Down the hatch. Venum memoride mors. Do I have to drink? I guess I have to drink.
You might have to drink.
There's no other option. Or I can just stand here and not drink, I guess. Nope, he drinks.
Oh. Takes the choice away from you.
Yeah. Decent enough. Welcome aboard. He's not working for you. We have to get back to this hour. He has a delivery to make. What's this? Not working. Are you turning down this opportunity? She's right. I have to make this, I'm disappointed. And I'm afraid that leaves us with a delicate problem. As I indicated, this is the top shelf stuff you're drinking now. It isn't cheap. If it's not your first shift drink, well, there's the matter of this tour just now. My time and experience are billed at quite a premium. This is not good for you, my friend. You're in quite deep. By my back of the envelope estimations. Well, we have that in common, I suppose, all of us. Yes, I'm afraid you'll have to work this off somehow. It's just the way of it. What's happening right now? We're being shanghaied. That's what's happening right
Yeah.
now. You can start tomorrow. Take the time to settle your affairs. Of course, the interest begins to compound immediately, and, well, we'll go over the formula when you get here. I should get back to work. See you tomorrow, then. Bruh.
Shanghaied by debt.
Well, ain't that just the way? Okay, I was like, did it freeze? What's happening?
It's just
So I
nightmare
guess I start in the
scenario
morning.
extended thingy.
I guess. Ezra, I'm confused. Me too, buddy. It's just the way these things go, kid. Huh, well, that still gives us a few more hours to roam, right? Where's that ferry? Jeez.
It's a pretty intense horror scenario, if you ask me. Just crushing and binding debt. Trapped forever.
There was a mammoth on that ferry.
There sure was. Wasn't sure if I should call attention to it. You know, the mammoth in the room and all.
The skeleton?
The skeleton in the room. Yeah, there it is.
Taking a moment to try to finish my food.
Here and there, along the echo.
Now and then, here and there. Oh,
It's a telephone.
had a number. Okay. Let's dial this phone number. 270-3.
Well, what happens if you dial other numbers?
57. I don't know. Oh, well, nothing happens if the phone's not off the receiver, apparently.
Oh.
That is such a nostalgic sound. I'm just old enough to know, to like remember what an old school phone sounds like.
Yeah. Oh shit, hold music.
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember dialing this number at all, press 5. To hear these options again, press 0. For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember, the Bureau of Secret Tourism is supported by a generous population of river creatures whom I fix up and grill as necessary. I am environmentally minded, and I believe all creatures are equally deserving of support in their transition to the next world. So I usually try to sing a little elegy, like,
Um?
Nothing spooky about this at all.
I don't, I'm gonna redial.
The number you have dialed is not real.
Whoa.
Rude. I wasn't finished.
Oh my.
Let's try this again, shall we? Okay, so we got it back. I'm thinking I'm supposed to press 1, probably. I was curious about
hello.
3.
I'm
You
curious
have
about
dialed
5.
into here and there along the Echo. Guide to the Echo River for drifters and
Hi,
pilgrims.
babe.
This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
The Bureau
For a
of Secret
menu of our
Tourism.
resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember dialing this number at all, press 5.
Right.
To
That's
hear
what the
these
option was
options
for
again,
5.
press. So, you don't remember dialing this number. You just sort of woke up with the phone pressed to your ear, ringing on the other end. Or maybe you thought you dialed a different number, but your digits betrayed you. Or there's a faulty connection somewhere out there in that spider web lattice of phone cords that covers all of creation.
Is that it?
You have no
They
follow-up
just-
for that?
It just
It just
randomly
cuts off.
end. It's the same as the last one.
Oh my god.
What the hell?
I love it.
Give me a minute. This is the weirdest.
Try it again.
I think this is the weirdest experience we've had with this game so far.
And there's so many weird experiences we've had.
Yeah.
Hello. You have dialed into here and
You've
there
dialed
along
into
the
here and
Echo,
there
a
along the
guide
Echo.
to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
Okay.
For a menu of our resources,
Press
press 1.
1.
If you have an extension to dial,
Press
press
9.
9. For more information about for historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3.
Oh.
If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. To hear these options again, press 0.
If you're holding a snake right now, press 4.
So, you're probably not in any danger, but why are you holding that snake?
Is that... That's it.
Oh, he keeps doing this.
You're probably not in any danger right now, but why are you holding that snake? Alright.
They're gonna make us keep doing that. Yeah, if we wanted to hear the options, we'd have to fucking call it every time.
That was great.
Which is honestly really fucking real with these, like, phone menus.
Automated phone menus, yep.
Yes, I hate automated phone menus. Oh my.
Oh boy. Sorry, that got really loud.
The Skelephant is the fucking foghorn.
That is so disturbing.
It's animatronic.
Manual 5.4 Context Backlash. Right? Yeah, backlash. General wear on the gestural gear mounting apparatus 5A-1 may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. Guess it could be slippage. Well, this is not helpful at all. Manual, table of contents. 0. Introduction. 1. Installation. 2. Orientations. 4. Order of operations. 3. The passage of time. 5. Gestures. 6. Final notes.
A 4 and 3 was really funny.
Nice.
Order of operations.
That'll do, book. He throws the manual into the river. Must be missing a page or something. Maybe I ought to read it back to front. My savior, our friend here, is in a bad way. Any insight? Junebug. I try to stay clear of high voltage these days. Time to put that mammoth out to pasture, Will.
Aww.
Oh, I feel certain she's got a few trips left in her. If only she had a more capable surgeon. Sadly, mechanics are in short supply down here. I think the setting is too romantic. It scares them off. Wow.
So
I just realized.
On that
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Bear. It was one of the interludes. Random, like, phone call to an automated voice menu system for the Bureau of Secret Tourism. Or was he talking about the noise that the mammoth was making when we came back in?
It's probably that.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to be so loud. I would have turned the volume down beforehand. Alright.
It's like, pardon me, my good bitch, but what seems to be the fuck?
The foghorn thing, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very loud animatronic mammoth on this ferry that we're on for some reason. What brings you down to the Echo tonight? Just tagging along. I always end up here, eventually. The river is like that. It always has been. We picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you that far upriver before. I hope that doesn't mean you've been traveling on the Zero. Yeah. Have you been there? The Zero? The Bureau has great acoustics. Oh no, not me. This old river rat steers clear of weird highways. I've been traveling this river for more than half my life, more or less alone. I think I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years, but I can't say for sure. The water has a peculiar way of making a person forgetful. Oh no. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people, and some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. I wonder which kind of night this is. Are we, Is this like a reimagining of
drink the
Dante's
water.
Inferno somehow, and we've just not realized it this whole time? Or the Iliad?
Tricked again by the river of forgetfulness.
Kate. I do not like the way that mammoth sounds.
I think it's great.
Kate, how's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. It's hard water, you know, hard on the eyes. It still irritates mine a little, and I'm piloting a tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't don't be too shy. Oh, don't be too shy to close them in public. Your eyes, I mean. People will just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea. I do. My tea is cold. So, dried reishi, definitely. Split gill powder, maybe toad? Just kidding. Turkey tail fungus, pomegranate, sun-dried oyster cap, and shiitake. Mushroom tea,
Yeah.
let's go.
Your hot tea got cold and my cold water got hot. It's Murphy's Law of Thermodynamics.
Yeah. What are all those for? Eye strain. Dried reishi makes the taste of the rest of it. Oh, masks the taste of the rest of it. Sun-dried oyster cap in particular has an eccentric flavor profile. It's mushroom-based. I'm a big believer in
Yep.
the fungal pharmacy. She's right up your alley, bud.
Mushroom teas. Yeah.
How far are we from Dogwood Drive? The echo is dicey tonight. Bad luck for you. Expect waves and diversions. Dogwood Drive is by the Silo mail stop, but we may need to spend some time on the indirect route before we hit your stop, okay? And there's other business. Mail to drop off, garbage to pick up, and a few favors to execute, all dotted on the riverbanks from here to there. Hope you enjoy the trip on our little mammoth. Take advantage of all the amenities. Fresh air, cozy bunks, hot tea, the video room. There are some pretty interesting tapes down there, actually. Unusual, I mean. Weird. Watch out that VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What kind of weird tapes?
Reminds me of some of the VCRs that we had as kids.
Yeah. There's one with this woman. She's just, like, standing there talking, but you can't really hear her, and there's this awful hum. See for yourself. It's down there somewhere. Do me a favor.
That's
Go ask Will how the repairs are going and if he needs anything. We're coming up on the next stop here. Just refueling and picking up some things. A few things, sorry. I could grab a bolt or some wire or something, whatever he needs. Well, eyes on the road, haha. Alright then. They have a dog too. What is this
What, that's not
pointy-nosed creature? No, that's not Blue. Blue's wearing a hat. And is a hound. That's like a pincer. Pincher. Pincer? Wait. Doberman. That's the word I'm looking for. A Doberman.
Pokemon.
It's a pincer.
Yeah, Pokemon Pincer.
Yes.
That's what it is.
It's also watching me. Pointer, I think,
It's no
is the
different
word I
from
was
what Blue
looking for.
does.
Actually, there's Blue. Lounging on the other side.
Not friendly with the other dog, Blue?
Will singing quietly, for we on mold and whiskey fed. Oh no. Turn this volume down a little bit more, because it's nothing but grating metal noises. Oh. Wet gears. Wet gears. Probably, who knows. First thing I tried. Anyway, down here by this little blue box, I took all the gears out and dried each one by hand, and then I loaded them back in again. That took care of the grinding sound, but her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest with you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend. You know how it is, don't you? Kate was asking if you need anything when we stop. How do you two know each other, or what's your story, Will? What's your story, Will? A story? Well, I like to listen to them. I like to tell them, but I don't have one of my own. I also don't have a permanent address, or a pickup truck, or any change of clothes. I wash my laundry in the river, and in that moment I'm truly free.
Lootery.
I don't even have any shoes. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. Did you know I'm a classically trained organist? It's true. Look at these long fingers and pedal-gripping toes. It doesn't matter. A minor in French literature earned me a position teaching Artaud to Zola at university. Well, some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through walls, or in dangerous places. I even operated the soundboard at the student theater. I left my shoes there, at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for something important or tragic. I ended up by the shore, and soon I was drifting along the Echo. It ran for a while above ground, then. It doesn't anymore, but I prefer subterranean waters anyway. Kate brings me along and I record what I see and hear. I try to help with maintenance. I drop off the mail and pick up the trash. On occasion, I take the helm. Anyway, that's all I try to remember anymore. I listen to the river's stories, and my own stories get fainter and fainter. Well, I'll just keep drying gears, I guess. Everybody that we've met in this game so far has been some kind of crazy.
Yep, just slowly losing their minds.
Ezra runs up to Shannon. Whoa, slow down, it's slippery up on deck. Ezra, do you have batteries? Yeah, of course. What for? Johnny said I could use his tape recorder, but it needs batteries. Oh, fun. Well, why do my eyes keep doing that? Keep doing the, like, slow blink, one eye blinking without the other thing. I don't know why.
The answer is probably the same as the other question's answer.
Yeah,
Sleep
I know.
deprivation.
Shannon searches her pockets. Here's 4 different kinds. Surely one of these should fit. Thank you. Awesome. Oh, I'm Ezra now. Will, you got your batteries, small man. Go get you some tape, he says. Small man.
Yeah. Well, he's dressed as a small man. That dapper suit.
Dressed to impress.
Unlike me, I dress to distress.
Oh, there's a lifeboat up there. Huh.
One would hope.
That animatronic mammoth is freaking me out. I'm not gonna lie.
I think it's cool.
Oh, hey, the cat.
Kitty.
Musicians. Why are there 3 of you?
I'll be
Johnny,
honest, inside of that
Titchy
boat
Buck.
looks nicer than I thought it would.
Yeah. It's cramped, but it's not too bad. 3 story.
Mm-hmm.
Really? You were entranced. You don't remember this? It's okay. We've all seen a lot of concerts. Cyrano opened. His tape machine was broken or something. It got really cosmic. Right at the flower shop. Oh, right, at the flower shop. I remember that show. Sorry, Clara. Well, you have a second chance to hear it tonight. Johnny to Ezra. That was fast. Got the batteries? Let's see. Perfect. This one will do. So, you hit this button here to record. Hold it right here so you don't cover the microphone with your hand. I bet you'll find a lot of good sounds just around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stingy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. It really changes the way you listen. For the better, I mean. Ezra, how long is this trip? Or, to Clara, are you playing a concert tonight? I could record that.
Seems on point.
Yeah, Clara here came all the way from Lithuania just to do this Echo River gig.
Neat.
Ha ha. It's a tour. Tomorrow I'll be in Nashville, and then Atlanta, and then over the coast. Brutal. Well, we're lucky she's making a stop. Johnny and I saw her play once, and I remember loving it. Johnny was moved. Speaking of Cyrano, it's his night at the rum colony. Kate said she usually stops off there. Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at some old engine parts about 3 hours ago. 3 hours goes fast at the rum colony, I am. I bet she's still there. I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert is soon. I don't want to keep them waiting. Nah, it's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual. That's a thing, actually. Mississippi, people who, like, live along the Mississippi have a, like, completely separate category of time. This is river time. Johnny to Ezra.
Makes sense.
Hey, why don't you give that tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say. I often use found sounds in my music. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out. Cool. Kitty. What you doing,
Why are you
cat?
so kitty?
Uh-oh. Conway.
What's happening here, buddy?
Man.
Yeah. Cat concert.
Can't really do anything. We just have to wait this out.
I'm not complaining.
I'm concerned about Conway.
Yeah, it's more than just the leg now.
Yeah, he's slowly turning into one of the Skelly boys. Accruing that debt.
Yeah.
I do have to wonder how long we're gonna stand here listening to this cat, though. Like,
Can't do anything.
mm-mm. I've pressed every single button, and moved both of the joysticks around, and nothing's happening, so we just have to wait it out.
Hmm.
Meow. There are cute cat noises, though. Kind of sounds like Lynx.
A little bit. Of course, she has more of like a sound to her voice. Like that.
Yeah.
I practice mimicking my cats all day.
Discord did not like that, by the way.
I'm sure it didn't. I'd have to fucking
It
turn
was
off
just
my
like,
fucking crisp.
Ew.
Let me turn my fan off so I can turn off crisp for a second.
Bear. I zoned out, and all I grabbed hold of was Conway, Twitty, and Spaghetti. What's happening? We're on a river, on a tugboat / ferry with an animatronic mammoth, recording cat noises.
Yeah.
Okay, seriously, are we... Oh, okay.
Like Lynx kind of sounds like
That was my fault. Yeah.
when she's not
Meow.
trilling.
Walter...
What ended up being the input that you needed to do to move on?
So, I went to turn the volume on the game up so that we could hear the cat, and I was not focused on the game that whole time. Which means that I basically, like, it was my fault we were sitting there for so long.
Ah,
So,
so your inputs weren't on the game.
nope. It's fine, though.
I had a
It's whatever.
feeling that after a certain point,
Mm-hmm.
it had to be something.
Yeah. Conway. You know, it's the strangest thing. I can't remember why I came up here. Maybe you should slow down, fresh air. Neither can I.
Yeah, let's all be forgetful.
Damn noisy river. It's just that thing about, what was it? When you walk through a door, when you
Ah,
go into the kitchen for something, and as soon as you pass from one room into another, you forget what you wanted. You have to walk back out just to remember. Like, you left a part of your brain behind. Hey, I wonder if I could follow that brain crumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. Probably. Brain crumb trail.
retrace your step.
Yeah. Conway cranes his neck over the rattling. You were driving for hours. Get any sleep? You found beer.
No.
There's a cooler full down there. They say it just floated by, if you believe that. Got caught on some netting and they hauled it aboard. A bounty. Anyway, there's a sign by the cooler. Take what you need and leave the rest. Shannon leans over the railing and looks at the river below. There's all kinds of trash down here. It does look cold, doesn't it? Did you see Ezra go in? Do we care about the kid? Or are we just making small talk about the river?
I tend to. Well, that's a tough one because I tend to like check on the well-being of children's, but I also really like rivers. So
There's all kinds of trash down here. Could have fallen off the hall back there. I think that kid was playing on the trash barge earlier. Oh, we're hauling a trash barge as well. Okay.
oh, neat.
He seems to keep himself entertained, or should I be worried? I'm fine. Sure you are. What's up,
Off
huh?
of that
You look like
wagon.
there's something you want to ask. Fine, you can ask it. One question. Do you really have to go work at Hard Times? I thought you didn't drink. Well, I didn't. I mean, I did, and then I didn't. And then I did again. That's how it always goes. I drift out, finally wind up back at Lisette's with my head between my legs saying never again. 15 months last time. I think I hung on because I knew there wouldn't for much longer be anywhere to go back to. Sometimes the wording in this is what trips me up.
Mm-hmm.
She went to live with her sister now, and she probably won't remember me for long anyway. One time, she picked me up out of a ditch by the road, blackout drunk at dawn. I came around later that night. She'd taken care of me. I told her I didn't deserve it, and she said I didn't have to deserve it. She sounds like a saint. We should all have someone like that. Or so you'll go to the distillery instead.
Hmm. Does seem like he's losing his support system.
Mm-hmm. I've got to repay my debt. Hell, I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you got to settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden.
And
All
now
right.
it's his whole arm and not just his hand.
It was his whole arm on the ship when he was down
Oh.
in the boat, too.
I guess it was just the angle.
Mm-hmm. The angle and the sleep deprivation.
Well, that and I have the screen windowed, so it's kind of small.
I'm sure I talk too much. Everyone on this river does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half the stories we hear. Kate told me that I ought to have been a photographer. Ought to have been a photographer. She said, you have an uncanny way of having been in the place at the time the thing happened there, and that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyway.
I
Interesting.
agree with that.
Nice of her to say, but it isn't true. Though I know just about every story on this river, most of them I've picked up second, third, or fourth hand, and so on. Listening, see? Now, I know what you're going to ask, so I'm going to answer it. Yes, I'm sure they're all true. I personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain, and the whole community brings their insight to bear on the brittle facts of experience. There are a few Echo River stories I witnessed directly. I saw that big owl migration pass through. You might have heard about that. I was there when the old
Owls
train
migrate?
station flooded. I saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop brew up a batch of white lightning on a raft, or... Anyway, I talked to a few sailors who'd recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night, I was working on the Mucky Mammoth. We picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down to a mail drop by the Silo of Late Reflections. The Silo of Late Reflections. Okay, then. I knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time. A young woman, a small boy, and an old man whose name I didn't catch. Oh, and a smelly old dog. He's talking about us in the past tense.
Yeah, this is not the first time this has happened.
We docked at a gas station so the Mammoth could refuel. He's like telling this story as we're traveling down the river. So like we're
This
hearing
is the
about
same thing
this.
that happened at the museum.
Yeah, we're hearing about the like interaction in the past tense essentially.
Yeah.
Ezra stayed on the tugboat and looked around the map room, or Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny into the gas station.
Hmm.
Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny.
Okay.
Let's go to the gas station with the robots.
Hey, lasagna. How was your soup?
Also your breakfast.
Yeah, we never followed up on your breakfast.
Kate says, we cut it close. I usually find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. Soupy, she says. The gas station moves
Your breakfast
around.
was soupy?
Well, she did say she was eating muesli for breakfast, so it
Ah.
probably was also soupy.
Mm.
Unless it's not it's not, muesli isn't like oatmeal. Because oatmeal's always like kind of soupy, so. Actually, yeah. Yeah, the muesli was soupy too.
Yeah, we always gotta check.
Yeah. The gas station moves around. Sure, it's not anchored or anything. Could be anywhere up and down the Echo. You just kind of run into it when you need it, or hopefully a little before you need it.
Yeah.
I usually stop here once a night, though. To be honest, I'm not sure it's even the same one. Doesn't have a name or anything, and I never really pay attention to who's behind the counter. Anyway, it's nice to see you two. Most of my regular passengers must have gotten held up elsewhere in their journey tonight. It's that storm, I think. Ezra's just like running around. As kids are wont to do, I guess.
He got
Kate
the
watching
zoomies.
Ezra sprint past. Look at him go. That kid has a lot of energy. It's gotta be past his bedtime or something, right? Junebug. He's nocturnal.
Yeah.
Or, I don't think he has a bedtime. He's a maverick. Does that make us mavericks?
I think it makes us, like, kind of pathetic.
Kind of pathetic. Alright. Cool.
We're pitiful, tragic figures who can't fucking sleep. But yes, we're also super cool mavericks and also nocturnal. We're all of those things.
Oh, I'm yawning already. I need to go back to bed. Sounds familiar, haha. You don't have any of your own, I mean. No, I guess not. I just realized. You two come through here so often, we chat about all kinds of stuff, but I never thought to ask about family. We're all the family we need. Who has the time? Who does have the time? And also the money. And also the energy.
You self-burn,
We're
those
all
are
the
rare.
family we need. That's sweet. So, how about that storm upstairs? Did you two get caught in it? I heard it kind of roamed around, uncertain. I'm sure we'll hear all about it tomorrow. Flooding, property damage, probably killed a few tomatoes. It's got the river churning and everyone headed to the lake here, where the water's calmer. I just realized that there's a plane in the foreground.
Yeah.
There's a
Is that the
plane
same
and
one that
like
was
a couple
on
of.
the highway?
I think the one that was on the highway had wheels, so this one's got the pontoons.
Hmm. Well, I mean, it had wheels, but they fell off, I thought.
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe it's the same plane then.
Weird.
I myself don't mind navigating a choppy river. Not at all. I've got a good feel for it. Plus, it's better for fungal growth. High water consumes the cave moths, and their wet wings clump together into these little balls of nutrient-dense mushroom food, jammed by current here and there between the rocks. You've never seen mushrooms grow like on a soggy cave moth carcass. Thanks, Kate.
Should
Amazing.
I be writing this down?
If I could get a day off, Val and I would be out there all day tomorrow to harvest. I mean it. They'll be ready by tomorrow. A mushroom will grow just as fast as you can pump water into it. Kate. Ferry driver and amateur mycologist. Are you two headed out this way tomorrow? Maybe I could send Val ashore with you for a few hours. She's got a remarkable nose for mushrooms. I'm guessing Val is the dog. You wouldn't even know.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't even need to know what to look for. Put a bag around her neck and she'll just bring him back to you. Yeah. We don't know where we'll be tomorrow. Or no room on the bike for a dog, Cricket. I should have figured. Seems you two are always on the move. It does seem that way. Silence. So, I should get back aboard. No rush. I just want to brew some tea before we get underway. Headed into the station? Yeah. Thought I'd grab some black coffee for the old man. He's looking a bit waterlogged, or picking out a snack for Johnny.
I like the considerate nature of the bottom one, but I also am a
That-
pretty big fan of snacks.
Has anyone shipped Kate with Shannon? Not yet. But also, there's an old man on an upturned table with what looks like a cast iron skillet and a boat motor. And he's just puttering along across the water. Fascinating. Picking out a snack for Johnny. She doesn't let you pick out your own snacks? Haha. Johnny to Kate. It's for the best. I get a little overwhelmed by all those shelves of candy. Too much of a good thing. While you're in there, could you remind the gas station attendant this fuel is on my tab? Charge to the mucky mammoth. Hello, sir. Are you practicing the ancient art of shipping? Yes. We are currently on a ship.
Yeah.
Oh, and
I
Will
thought we
wanted a
were-
scratch ticket. Thanks. Huh?
Thought we were shipping Shannon and Junebug here.
No, because Junebug and Johnny are a thing. So unless we're
I
shipping...
mean, well,
we'd have to ship
I don't
Shannon
know
with
about
Junebug
that.
and Johnny. We're
that's
shipping
fine.
so hard. We're grasping at straws for this ship. Johnny to Junebug. I think I'll just watch the lake for a bit, ma'am. The way that he calls her ma'am, I don't know. I can't decide if they've got a, like, romantic thing going on or if it's, like, a reverential thing.
They seem to have, like, a found family bandmates thing going on.
Yeah.
It seems platonic to me.
Looking for crystals? Why do you assume I'm looking for crystals? We've got them on sale. All kinds of folks come in
Hell
here
yeah.
looking for crystals. There's a few over there
I'm
with
always
milky
looking for
white
crystals.
shocks through the middle, like you caught a piece of a cloud. People seem to like those a
Cool.
lot. Yep. Popular crystals.
Our room's full of crystals. Mostly quartz.
You work
got a
on
really
the
big
mammoth?
bag of
I can add it
quartz.
to your tab. I'm a passenger. Sure, I should have guessed. You have the posture of someone on their way to somewhere. I have it too. I just stand here behind the counter, and nobody affords me any greater importance than a spiderweb brushed out of the way. There is a sailboat in the background. All right then.
So there is.
I've learned to cherish it. There's dignity in being forgotten, letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled. I used to live in a city. I mean, a real city. Cleveland, Ohio. Oh, yay. I had some family money then, and I didn't have to work. I lived in hotels. In daylight, I walked wherever the people were. My only duty was to the crowd. I was its observer, its historian, its detective, its poet. Well, the money ran out, and I dispersed with the rest of them. I took my duties with me here to Lake Lethe? And the Echo River. I live behind this counter, anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity. And yourself? Junebug. Sure, something like that, or no, I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't blend in. I'm not alone. I mean, both of those are true, so. I don't blend in. And not so easy to forget, I'd say. I see now that you're right. Well, that's yours to bear, then. We keep all the crystals on that shelf over there. Buy one, get one free, of equal or lesser symmetry. Go see what she's talking about. The crystals are rough, dirty, some are damp. They must have come out of the river. That attendant is a trip. Johnny seemed distant. That attendant is a trip. Letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled, he said. Anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity, he said.
So extra.
Junebug tries to scrape some green algae off a larger specimen, examining it for the kind of cloudy inner formation that the attendant said was so popular. What a depressing outlook. Who knows, maybe he's onto something. I feel like that's depressing, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some, like, stuff. Some letters and numbers woven through the algae, it says. What has to happen to a person to make them think that way? Does Johnny ever feel like that? This isn't algae at all. It's a decayed plastic bag caught on the rock.
Excellent.
Norm. I guess that's the guy that just got off the sailboat. Norm, to attendant. Shit, that floodwater washed you halfway out to sea. I was looking for you down by New Königsberg. Same as usual. But ain't nobody there, and the river's deep as an elephant's...
Skelephant.
Skelephant. Norm, noticing Junebug. Oh, didn't see you there, ma'am. Pardon my language. What, elephant? Alright, you're no paper flower, I see that. Extending his hand warmly. I expect you must be Loretta. Enchanted to meet you. Sorry I'm late. Hey, is that coming on too flowery or something? Enchanted? Repeating it now, I feel a little silly. I'm not Loretta, but I think you'll do fine with Enchanted, or Enchanted sounds pretty old-fashioned. Is that the kind of gal Loretta is?
Both good answers.
I guess I don't know. But now I'm double embarrassed. How do you know Loretta? Do I look like her, or you picked a funny place to meet? You're probably right about that. I guess I thought it'd be like neutral territory, and we both live on the river, and it's not very romantic though, is it? I met Loretta on my computer. We met each other there, I mean. Or I guess we spoke through the computer and agreed to meet. I don't know the terminology. I haven't dated in quite a while. Back when I met Greta, that's my wife, excuse me, my ex. Or maybe I'm her ex. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, back when there wasn't even such a thing as computers at all. I mean... Oh, back then, there wasn't even such a thing as computers at all. I mean, I guess there probably was, but I never heard of one. I worked in textiles. So here I am.
Computers were gigantic reel-to-reel mainframes that had to take up entire warehouses.
Yeah.
A lot like the fucking... Never mind, I'm not going to talk about it.
Alright. Didn't work out with Greta, or so what's your plan with Loretta, or when Loretta shows up? We are shipping so hard. There's so many people in this game that are just like one-off characters you never see again. What's your plan when Loretta shows up? Oh, maybe head down to the rum colony. Shoot, I forgot to ask if she likes to drink. You really never know these days. I guess first I'd ask her about that. If she doesn't like rum, I'd maybe try to take her by the bat sanctuary. That's pretty romantic in a sense. I mean, like, misty valleys and ruined churches romantic, not like flowers and chocolates romantic. Oh, so like Bram Stoker romantic.
Hmm.
Mary Shelley romantic. Of
Yeah.
course, they got that memorial there. That's a little depressing, actually. Maybe we'd kind of sail around that. Damn it all, I guess I probably missed her. I wonder if she'll agree to meet me again. Junebug. I'm sure she'll understand with the weather and all, or I wouldn't if I thought I'd been stood up. Junebug could be a real bitch. Nice of you to say so. Well, I guess I'll head on back. Hey, supposing Loretta doesn't want to see me after all. I'm out of your league, or my card is full. I'm out of your league. I won't argue with that. Actually, I wanted to ask you for some advice. I had to type up a sort of autobiography for the computer date, and I spent a lot of time on it, but I only got one reply, and that was Loretta herself. I was happy to meet her, but supposing she's lost interest now, you think you could maybe give me some feedback? It's only a paragraph or so. I have it all memorized. I spent so damn long writing it. Okay, here's how it goes. I'm a good-natured man, retired, and spend most of my time sailing the Echo River, riding currents of subterranean gas that strange invisible wind that moans out of the small tunnels along the bank. Seeking a companion to map the river with me. I have 2 grown children, but they live far away. No goofballs. Okay, what do you think?
No goofballs. How dare you?
What was that
What was
about
that about no
goofballs? I mean, like, serious inquiries only. Worried about people wasting your time? You might miss out on some really great goofballs. Huh, you might be right about that. The thing about the wind is a little much. Yeah, you're probably right. I wanted to show my poetic side. I'll save that for the date. Why mention your children? Oh, I figure it'll come up somehow. I don't know how people feel about dating with kids. Like I said, it's been a while. Are you embarrassed or are you proud?
Hmm.
Are you embarrassed? Maybe I'm afraid it overstates my age a little. Alright, thanks for your help, ma'am. You've given me a lot to think about. I'm ready to get back on that computer. You have a good night now. What's left of it, anyway. This is such a weird... This has been such a weird interaction at the gas station on the lake. What do you think of that other dog we got on board, Val? Oh, we're Johnny now. Blue's a sleepy old hound dog. I know she isn't doing any mushroom hunting, that's for sure. Blue came along with that old man drinking up all your beer. He's alright, though. Or, I'm a little worried about that guy, to be honest. Good thing he seems to be traveling with friends. I'd be worried
That's
about
a
him
good
too,
answer.
honestly. So,
Yeah.
could you fit in the sidecar? Or would you like to take a ride with us for a day? Could you fit in the sidecar? If I sat on my legs, you could curl up in the base. If I rode with one knee draped over the side, you could sit next to me. I'd hold you tight. I promise it'd be safe. Maybe we could still talk her into it. I guess it's settled anyway. Nice to think about, though. Having conversations with dogs.
Mm-hmm. I do it all the time.
Alrighty. Let's go talk to Junebug and Johnny. What's that? It's a crystal. I bought it for you. Wow. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, could you hold on to this for a minute? I'm gonna look around inside. Wish me luck. Good luck. Cool. Now I'm Johnny. Whatever.
Brad.
go talk to the attendant. This is Johnny now. Where did these crystals come from? There used to be a young man who came by here and traded them for gas. He's a diver, I guess. He's a diver. I guess he found him while diving. Haven't seen him in a while, though. That right there could be the last of them. To be honest, our whole inventory is pretty low right now. There's a delivery boat that usually swings by earlier in the night, but I guess something came up. Where are you headed? Helping some new friends make a delivery, or along for the ride anyway, or just following Junebug. She was in here a minute ago. I feel like Johnny just follows Junebug.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling you two might be traveling together. I never travel, but I do love travelers. That's what I like about this job. The travelers come to me. Do you ever get lonely here? Do you live nearby, or meet some interesting people? I wouldn't say I meet them, but I do sell them gas. Well, let me know if I can help you find anything. Al. Okay. Hi, Al. Glory, it's good to be among friends. Suit yourself. What are you so excited about? I can't help it. Every time I step onto that boat alone, I think this could be the very last time. And then, every time I come ashore, back among people, I think, Glory, it is good to be among friends.
Wow.
Why get on the boat in the first place? It's a ritual of remembrance for me. Tonight, particularly so. It's my birthday. I'm 5 years old. Do you know why I say that? Well, I'm gonna tell you. 5 years and some days ago, I set out on the Echo River alone, or so I thought at the time. I was looking for an ice floe. They're occasionally rumored to travel our humble artery on their way from who knows where to who knows where. Who knows why? It's a mystery. An hour into the journey, my lantern gave out. Now, I always carry 3 or 4 spares. You'll never catch me in the dark again. Lesson learned, buddy. Oh, now I always carry a spare. I thought it was like, now I always carry a spare. But no, different intonation. But that night, when that
English is
lantern
weird.
went out... Yeah. That night, when that lantern went out, I was stuck in the dark. I kept my arm extended, running my fingers along the cave wall, trying to keep my bearing as best I could and at least make sure I wasn't going in circles. I just prayed I'd find another traveler who knew his way back to the lake or above ground or even just a crack in the rock to get a glimpse of moonlight. I had a large bag of apples with me. After a long while, maybe a day, I was getting weak, so I took my hand down from the rock to tear the bag open. Well, when I reached back out, I couldn't find that cave wall anymore, or any other. I was totally unmoored, buddy. Totally adrift. And it was so dark. I started counting time and apples eaten. I drifted in despair for 4 apples. Then, I schemed and planned and dreamed for 2 apples. Finally, I came to accept my fate, lost at sea, and this phase, I think, would have continued indefinitely had I not come down to that very last damn apple. Picture me, feeling around in the empty bag, certain that somehow there was another one of those fist-sized chunks of life-giving fruit, already softened by time and probably unappetizing brown. Nope. That was it. Is anyone in this game saying, no, I don't think so?
It's not a thing.
I don't think so. Just as I was about to bite into my last meal, I felt a tickle on my upper lip. It hatched. Right then. Couldn't have been a moment later or I would have eaten it. My last apple was infested by a damn fruit fly maggot. Well, that should have been the end of it. I should have eaten that apple and that fly while I was at it and put an end to our little food chain suicide pact, but I waited, out of mercy. Oh no, we have a bot in chat. Sakura.
How dare you exist in my presence?
Best viewers on nicegoods.xyz. I don't trust that at all.
Chibaban.
No, I'm the best viewer. Yes, you are, Lasagna.
It's true. How dare you insult my child in my presence?
Sakura.
You dare?
Fucking little food chain
Destroy
suicide
you.
pact. That's a weird way to put that. After all, this fly was basically a newborn child, right? A gross insect child, but still a child, right? Born into darkness and famine, hungry and alone. I mean, can you imagine that? No other flies out there on the boat, and never would be. No other flies to welcome him into the world. I mean, No fly culture, no fly society, no fly history. A true orphan. Man, I didn't ask.
It sure is the way we say that, though.
I started to get depressed just thinking about it all. Worked out a thick tear, I'm not ashamed to say. Well, that fly landed on my cheek, right under my left eye, right on that salty teardrop, and then, blinding glory, his ass lit up like a candle. That wasn't a fly, buddy. That was a damn lightning bug. Fun fact, fruit fly eggs, larvas, and flies themselves are safe to eat. Yeah, they are.
That is true.
Yeah.
Here's another fun fact. I'm pretty sure that fruit fly larvae do not turn into fucking fireflies.
Well, I'm also pretty sure that fireflies don't lay their eggs in apples
No.
or other fruit.
Fireflies are beetles.
They are beetles, yeah. So, that's how come I'm here today with you folks. Only because I found my way out of that strange river cave by the dim lit rear of some orphan insect hatched out of my last rotten apple. Glory, it's good to be among friends.
I do love fireflies,
suppose-
and there were firefly characters in Homestuck.
I was gonna say, I suppose after an experience like that, it's gonna be real hard to be sane.
Yep.
Let's see what Junebug and Valor are up to.
Spend all that time by yourself, then you're gonna want to talk.
Mm.
This I know.
Big plans for the night. Us, I think we'll just see where the river goes, and at what pace. Or, me and Johnny should probably start looking for a place to stop and recharge for the day. Literally recharge?
Probably they're robots.
Probably. Maybe that'll be the same place the rest of our little one-night crew ends up. Maybe we'll just follow you and Kate and the mammoth for a while. I just realized that his boat has like 3 different lights on it. He's in like a little flat bottom boat. Maybe that'll be the same place the rest of our little one-night crew ends up. We're just having all kinds of weird experiences on this river tonight. Diesel, liquor, coffee, snacks, crystals.
Electricity.
That guy's a trip, that gas station attendant. Did you talk to him? It's funny. He actually reminds me of that frog we had for a bit. That frog you had, or I thought it was a toad. Oh, is there a difference? Yeah, toads are bigger. Toads have warts. Toads live in the mud, frogs live in the trees. Some of them do.
I mean, toads do have warts. I don't know that many frogs that do. Frogs are usually pretty smooth-skinned.
Yeah. Huh, I never knew. Okay, so how does that gas station attendant remind you of a frog? Or, he seemed more like a cat to me. The attendant, I mean. How does that gas station attendant remind you of a frog? I thought toads drive Mario Kart. They do.
Only the fungal kind, and Kate knows more about that.
Toadstool. Oh, I don't know. Because he liked to talk, I guess. Maybe we should pick up another one. A frog or a cat or an iguana or something. Or maybe a third person to travel with? Feeling lonely, Cricket? Not exactly. Not like that guy in the gas station. That guy lets the world wash over him, static like rock. Static like a rock, but you and me both, together I mean, we're always moving, always changing. I think it's because we feel safe with each other, you know? Free. We can try stuff out, change our clothes, swap parts around, just play. I'm not lonely, just curious. With another person to play with, what else could we be? Are y'all gonna adopt Ezra?
Right.
Wait, what if they are Ezra's parents?
The ones that disappeared.
The ones that disappeared.
Well, that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense considering these were like mining robots that
Yeah,
attain
I know.
sentience. But
You may be right, Cricket. Yeah, I think you're right. You really think so? Wow, I thought I'd have to wear you down a little, like I did with the gerbils. Honk. Oh, that's Kate. Time to hit the road. River, I mean.
You gonna
Let's
hit the
go.
river?
Alright, so Ezra's getting robot parents. Shannon's getting shipped with, I don't know, the gas station attendant?
Robot parents.
The robot parents. Or Kate. The boat driver.
Yeah, I like.
Let's go
Who likes
shipping.
mushroom tea? It's a good fit, I think.
Ooh. See that small brick building? It used to be an upholstery shop. Now it's inhabited by a very skilled taxidermist whose art is greatly in demand. When it was an upholstery shop, it didn't see nearly as much business. The old shop's name's been lost to time and weather. This was decades ago. And the only trace of it now is the grayed frame of an old sign behind the new lettering, which now reads Trapper, Stalker, and Sportsman. Alright then. And then below, smaller, no specimen is too exotic, no arrangement too fanciful. Some of the upholstery equipment is still there, too, and still sees active use. Elise is the resident artist, though she's not the owner of the shop. It's owned by a reclusive ex-convict named Judah, or it's owned by her aunt, Ida. I like reclusive ex-convict. Very little is known about him. His crime is generally assumed to be violent or otherwise gruesome in some detail, though of course that's all speculation and probably comes from his association with the taxidermy business, even though he never so much as skins a squirrel. He's more like a silent partner. I guess those are the ones you're supposed to keep an eye on. But Judah's old and keeps to himself, and the consensus seems to be that he's paid his debt to society, whatever that debt may have been. Alright then. Shannon retreated to the TV room to browse the mammoth's video collection, or Shannon followed the other travelers ashore to a drowsy beachside bar called the Rum Colony. I'm curious about the video collection, so... Act 4, Scene 3. E. The Mucky Mammoth. What's that such a weird name for a boat? Oh, there are bugs in the bottom of the ship. Alright. Wait.
Those are hermit crabs?
I think so, because they have like, instead of
Yeah,
shells,
those are
they have
hermit
like
crabs.
cans and cups and stuff on them.
Yeah. And they're doing that thing that crabs do with their claws.
Yeah.
Hermit crabs. Little river crab.
Eject the tape. Go search for another. The shelves are full of dusty tapes. Some have been relabeled several times, the stickers piling up thick on their spines. Birds, funeral thing, weather. Funeral thing. The cat just hanging out on the countertop over there. An elderly couple sit on folding chairs in the middle of a TV studio, undecorated except for a funeral lily in a thin blue vase on the table. The lights are a bit too dim to make out their features. She reads from a newspaper with unhurried efficiency. Gloria B. of Munfordville passed away on Monday at her residence. Survivors include her children, Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, and Bobby. All of Munfordville.
Wow.
Poor Bobby. A memorial service will be held at 7 p.m. Thursday at Hatton Huffman Funeral Home in Munfordville, with cremation to follow. She never knew Gloria. He thinks he may have heard the name, wondering aloud if she ever worked at a cafe down there in Munfordville. The woman who ran that place was once called Gloria, or maybe still is. They take a call. Someone who knew Gloria B., if not very well. The caller once installed a satellite dish at Gloria's house, a 900-square-foot ranch-style home on 2 acres at a dead end backed by weeds and pine. Cool. When the caller mounted the ladder up to Gloria's roof, she slid open her window and tugged urgently at his pant leg. He followed her gaze behind the house to 2 wild turkeys picking through the weeds. Gloria and the caller watched, silent and still, as the huge birds foraged obliviously into the trees. Then he installed the satellite dish. Sad.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Look, turkeys.
Oh. Anyway, back to work.
Wildlife. Shannon combs through the video archive. Birds? Question mark. Art thing.
That might-
Weather. Yeah, I think the question
And
mark
now-
is probably Weaver.
The weather.
Yes. Let's see what the weather says. I kind of want to watch all of them before I watch the question mark thing.
Yeah, probably for the best.
Just because I want to see what they all are. The on-screen title identifies this program as The History of Weather, Volume 3, Drought. So it's a documentary about weather.
Yay! I like those.
Over footage of a dry riverbed, the program's narrator explains the differences between modern drought and ancient drought. The narrator proposes that modern drought may hardly be considered weather at all, since its severity and behavior are so influenced by human activity. Boring.
Wow.
It's not weather, it's climate catastrophe.
That's depressing.
Birds, art thing, science. What is the birds? What is the birds? Let's watch this video about birds.
Birds!
Birds.
Halifax! Wiki, wiki, wiki!
Blue-black
time.
morning swings across the screen. The birdwatcher tramps through dewy grass. He stops with a wet grunt and rests the camera on a pile of rocks. Birds from Great Distances, Episode 12, appears briefly on screen. What?
Said, who's the wet grunt?
I don't even know how to make that sound. Birds are government surveillance drones. We all knew that. Yeah, the birds work for the bourgeoisie.
You guys think birds exist?
Yeah. Birds from Great Distances, Episode 12, appears briefly on screen. He twists the lens by hand, pushing the frame past trees onto the road, and coming to a halt zoomed in on a fuzzy, fist-sized artifact resting on the momentary stroke of a telephone wire. Shannon and the birdwatcher observe. He breathes heavily, and she holds her breath, like she's afraid he might hear, afraid of distracting him, or of being discovered and contaminating his perfect isolation. Traffic picks up, indifferent. As the sky lightens, the black smudge in the center of the frame gradually becomes more prominent, but never in any greater detail.
Wow.
Birds from Great Distances.
Just love how useless this is.
It's so stupid. Here's a black smudge on a telephone wire. What kind of bird is it? I don't fucking know. Is it even a
That was
bird?
never
Maybe.
something- That question was never intended to be answered here.
More birds.
Oh my.
More birds. I want to know. I'm curious.
Yes.
I'm surprised the cat isn't interested in watching the bird videos. It's
I know,
raining
right?
heavily.
Well, it's too far away for it to even know it's a bird.
That's true. Oh, but it's making bird sounds. It's raining
Maybe.
heavily as the title Birds from Great Distances, Episode 27, flashes on screen. She knows by the sound, the volley of rainwater on mud, tree branches, and the rusted bed of an old pickup, and on the birdwatcher's own skin and hair. He swears under his breath. She can hear the rain there, too, in his wet breath, and the wet exclamation of his palms slopping the water from his forehead and shoulders. The camera is pointed at a cedar shed with one hinged door angling erratically in the storm. From this distance, it's hard to tell if it's been damaged or simply left open. When the door swings wide, she can see that the shed is full of small boards, scraps maybe, or rough-cut pieces meant for very small projects, and then stacked carelessly on shelves in piles, quickly sorted and then forgotten. And there's the bird, a blue ball taking shelter on the shed floor, nested in scrapwood.
Well, there was a bird at least.
Is it, though? Or is it just a ball of dryer lint?
I don't know.
Birds again!
Science.
I want to know. I'm curious about the birds again.
Is it just the same videos?
I don't know. I want to see if it is. If it is, then I'll go move on to the art thing or the science. The video is black. Shannon only knows it's playing because of the cicadas. And then, Birds from Great Distances, episode 81. The screen isn't totally dark, of course. It's what she thinks of as video black. A deep, mottled blue, noisy with magnetic decay and the cottony limits of the camera's sensors. It's the black she sees before she goes to sleep. The night black, the eyes shut against streetlights black. She has more words for it than she expected. She wonders what words the birdwatcher uses for it. She wonders where he is relative to the camera, or where the bird is, for that matter. That's enough of that.
It's a different one, that one.
That's great.
Just waiting for it to stop being an option.
Same. Yeah.
There it goes.
Okay, let's do
Science.
science this time.
Yeah.
Science. She
Let's do
blinded
some
me with
science.
Science. She hit me with technology. Sorry. Just another random 80s song that I, for some reason, know the words to. It looks like Will, though much younger, reclined on a sofa and taking calls. A sofa?
You said sofa, yeah.
All right. His arm draped over the back of the couch holds a bottle of something clear. People call in with stories of their encounters with the supernatural. Sofa. I don't know why I said it like that.
Sitting on the sofa, looking
Sitting
at
on
a
the
gopher.
sofa. People call in with stories of their encounters with the supernatural. Will offers little commentary or response. He acknowledges them. Sometimes he interrupts to clarify or repeat something back to them. Mostly he just listens and pulls from that clear glass bottle. A handmade banner strung above the couch reads, "I believe you." Will?
It's the kind of thing that we do.
Yeah, it's like it's creepy cryptid corner all over again. It's the cryptid cinema, which is what my Discord server is called. Ooh, shopping. What?
How delightful.
Home catalog. We haven't had that stuff since like the 80s, I think. A woman sits at a card table with a lamp, notepad, and a beige multi-line telephone. A scrolling marquee reads, "Swap, shop, buy, sell, trade, or want to buy, call the broker." There's no
video catalog.
punctuation in there. And then a phone
Yeah,
number,
I've
repeating
never-
without pause.
Never in my life seen a video catalog before.
Yeah.
So that definitely died in the 80s.
The closest thing I've seen to it was those like at-home shopping channels that were on cable TV that are still
Yeah,
on cable
and that
TV,
was-
I think.
And that was a program, technically, that's a show that's all, shopping channel, but like the fact that somebody pre-recorded basically something like that,
Yeah.
but to mail to your home as a catalog is
Yeah.
fucking wild. Because there are still catalogs in the mail, big
Yeah.
waste of paper and ink, but they're there.
Yeah.
But like a fucking video catalog, no.
Mm-hmm. Eddie has fresh eggs
Never.
to trade for a basil plant. A dozen eggs for a basil for one plant, which is a steal. Eddie's eggs are good eggs. Sadie has a bag of fine shells. No reasonable offer will be refused.
This is a fucking
Christopher.
swap meet.
It did say. It said swap shop, buy, sell, trade.
Oh god.
Christopher is looking for a scrub plane in decent shape. It doesn't have to be too nice, just something to get a tabletop near to flat from some oak that's been air drying in a barn for 20, maybe 30 years. And while it's true he could get the job done without it, since he's got a nice heavy jack plane his grandfather used to use, he'd just as soon not fuss with grinding a camber onto it. And anyway, he has a little extra capital from a swap earlier in the week, and wouldn't mind putting it down on a decent scrub plane before the cash burns a hole through his pocket. Carla is looking to trade typing services for calligraphy services, or vice versa. What?
What? What?
The broker takes notes and switches lines, but never speaks, drunk on the hum of commerce. Fun. Swap shop on VHS.
Jeez.
It makes me wonder if it was on TV and someone recorded it on the VHS because, like, they weren't paying attention or something.
I don't
All
know.
right.
It just sounds.
We're down to the art thing and the question marks, so let's watch the art thing, and then we'll watch the question marks. The mystery tape, I should be saying.
Yeah.
Man, it sure am fucking windy outside.
Yes.
None of that was good English.
Yes.
It sure am fucking windy out there. English isn't real. Okay. At first,
All
she
made
thinks
up
the video
bullshit.
might be paused, but on closer inspection, she can see the edges of the frame shrinking inwards around the chairs, desk, and loose gray furniture of a sterile waiting room. She watches for a while. She's not sure for how long. Several minutes. The zoom tightens, so gradually she sometimes forgets it's happening at all, and finally rests on an oscillating desk fan. She ejects the tape before the next part of the triptych begins. Okay. Art film, apparently, is what the art thing was.
Yeah, I figured it would be something like that.
Yeah, I thought maybe it'd be like a video recording of an art installation or something. Trivia thing? There's just so many things.
He did say there were a lot of neat videos down there.
That's true. Let's watch the trivia thing. I love trivia. The words tip of your tongue and a phone number are occasionally superimposed on the screen. A few dozen people sit in bleachers, shouting out ideas, loosely moderated by a short woman with a microphone and laser pointer. One caller is trying to remember the name of an old friend she hasn't seen in years. It starts with a consonant. It's full of consonants, actually. There are maybe 1 or 2 vowels. It sounds long, but she doesn't remember having had any trouble spelling it at any point. The friend had brown hair? That's probably not helpful. Another caller is trying to remember a verb that means to make oneself vulnerable, something like to expose oneself, but not quite that. To become emotionally, spiritually vulnerable, like with a lover or a poem. Wait,
That's a pretty good question on that.
I know that word, and it's like, it's tickling my brain. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Hey.
A third
Roll
caller
credits.
just a third caller just knows there was something he was supposed to do tonight. He offers some biographical background, a narrative of his day. He's unemployed, has no real hobbies, and has
Oh,
already
so
eaten
good.
few ideas from the bleachers. Lordy.
That's my kid right there. So far, so good.
Yep.
Woo, I'm so proud.
All right. Looks like the only thing left is the mystery tape.
Mystery tape.
Sorry, I was watching the little creatures at the bottom of the screen crawling around, and for some reason my brain recalled a line from a Tumblr post about crustaceans, and at one point somebody in the post reblogged it and just said, "That them's some bugs."
Yep. I remember that post.
Them's just bugs. They sure
Would
is.
not be out of place here at all.
Oh, man. Them's just bugs. God damn it, the sleep deprivation is catching up to me. It's not even that
Yeah,
funny.
we're just kind of fucking loopy. Great, though.
Yeah. I need to sit up in my chair a little bit, so. Oh, back hurts. Okay. That awful hum. It seems to start before Shannon even hits play. Then there's the familiar room, where are the blank gray walls marked with tape and school desks? Oh, there are. Where are? Brain, wherefore art thou?
Therefore art thou.
Not there. Not here. I mean, there are
Now,
there are the blank gray walls marked with tape and school desks, and this time she notices a few more details. The murky carpet like standing water, some video equipment stashed in the corner, a row of lockers. And there's Weaver, looking serenely at the camera. As before, she starts speaking, and as before, there's no sound but that hum. Shannon finds Weaver's words coming back to her as they appear in captions on the screen. Mail, school, and these magnificent tragic horses. Go underground as deep as you can go. The air is cool and the earth is damp, and when you close your eyes, you're surrounded by the dead. Remember where that is? You'll find your way from there. I think this place is what you're looking for. Some of it will wash away soon, but I think you'll be happy here, even without the mail, school. The tape repeats for a few minutes, and Shannon stops the tape. Okay. I guess she was talking about the mine whenever she said underground, surrounded by the dead.
I suppose so.
In the water washing away everything. Oh, I guess we could have watched more of the tapes after we watched the Weaver tape. Oh well.
Hmm.
Well, that's
There's
cool.
just no more left.
The chair is in the way. I wanted to go over to the kitchen and talk to the cat. Oh, wait.
Well, that's a wall,
It's a
homie.
wall. Yeah, alright. Oh, hey, Blue. Hey, kitty cat. What is... Oh, that's a shower. Okay. It's really difficult for me to judge depth. It's a bathroom. Oh, okay. I can turn the light on in the bathroom. That's all I can do. All right,
Neat.
cool. I think that'd be the only downside to living on a boat like this is the times where you'd have to like duck down to get places. There's so much garbage in here.
To me, the biggest downside would be maintenance.
Wait, there's a vase just sitting on the floor right there. That's weird. It's like an urn.
Hmm.
It's a vase. Hi, everyone. Kate and Will. Kate to Will. No, it was only a few notes. Slow and sad, like funeral music, you know? I don't remember it being sad, just simple and unburdened. Maybe that's what funeral music sounds like to me. Unburdened. Will to Shannon. Oh, hello. Kate and I were just trying to remember the Mammoth song. But neither of us have heard it for years. Will just found the mechanism. In the mammoth's belly, hidden in gritty matted fur. It's like a big music box, a slowly spinning cylinder
Delightful.
covered in metal pins that pluck her dulcet guts and pump the bellows in her bowels. Lovely.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna make you not like it even more.
But some of the pins are rusted and worn away, easy to replace if we can ever remember what the notes were. Did I hear you browsing the archive next door? Find anything good? Where did all those videos come from? People just left them on board. Passengers, I mean. They used to all be movies and that kind of stuff. I like nature documentaries especially. Some people left home movies or little art videos they'd made, but that damn VCR devours anything you leave in it. Alright. It just switches into record mode at random, I think, and picks up whatever's coming in over the antenna. Of course, the only station we get down here is that WEVP, community television, you know? They got that show with the gentleman playing banjo in his birthday suit. I'm sure you've seen it. Oh, yes. And if there's no tape in the machine when it tries to start recording, it makes this awful sound, like putting a squeaky toy in a food processor. I can hear it above deck. Awful. That's why I put the sign up, please do not rewind after watching. At least that way nothing gets taped over anymore. Shannon to Will, you were in one of the videos. I believe you, it said. Where was that taped?
I like that question.
Sorry, I got distracted. There's a child just wailing at the top of their lungs outside my door.
You mean that's not in the game?
No, that's not in the game. You don't live here. I'm not your mother. Go away. It's probably just a toddler throwing a tantrum because they don't want to go somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the toddler that lives upstairs from us. Tell us how you really feel. Alright. I'm sure I can fix it. Or, where is this station? Or, you were in one of the videos. Sorry, yawning. I'm tired. Kate to Will. You had a TV show? I never knew. Will. No, I don't believe I ever have. The title sounds familiar, but more like it's something I heard about, like secondhand information. I'm screaming at this person's door, but they are not opening. You don't live here. Go home. I'm not your mother.
Oh,
I refuse to
lasagna.
be responsible for another living being. Listen, kid, I can barely take care of myself, okay?
Look, if it was lasagna screaming outside my door, I'd be like, "Oh no, poor baby! Come inside. Do you need a swaddle and a blanket?
no.
Do you need juice?"
Oh no. Usually when I hear a kid screaming like that, I'm just my reaction is just me too, buddy.
Yeah, that's usually what we say.
Same. Juice. I've had juice. I have fruit punch. I also got
have some
soda,
juice.
and I got some lime flavored sparkling water and some chai and
I got some apple
Ovaltine.
juice and some orange juice and some pomegranate juice. I
I'll make
got
you
milk.
hot chocolate in August.
Yes, I could make hot chocolate. I've got like 30 kinds of tea. Then we got some of the Arizona green tea in the cans. Those are nice.
Yep.
I got some root beer and some ginger ale, some orange soda.
The only
Couple
thing
other
I don't
things in
have
there.
right now is ice. So
That mini fridge is stocked.
hot chocky. My favorite way to make hot chocolate, sidebar, is to heat up milk and then mix Ovaltine into it. It's the
So
best
good.
tasting hot chocolate.
So good.
I stopped using the hot chocolate powder that you mix into water because it just doesn't taste right. Which sucks because now I
Yeah.
have like a giant massive tin of some like Starbucks hot chocolate mix that I got from Costco.
Alright.
But I can
could
just
take it
empty
off
the
your
tin
hands,
out.
but
Yeah. Well, I want to keep the tin for other stuff because I can put tea bags
Sure.
in it later, but because it's watertight. All right.
just dump it into like a Ziploc bag or something.
Yeah, I think I could dump it in a gallon bag. That might work.
Give me that sweet,
All right.
sweet
Well,
chalky
the title
powder.
sounds familiar, but more like it's something I heard about, like secondhand information. Kate, they let anybody on there. That's the whole idea. Community television, or public access, they call it. Will, I would say it's possible that I did the show you saw and then forgot. Wouldn't be the first time. The studio? No, I can't say that I remember where WEVP is, sorry. Kate, you should meet Dashiell. Dashiell? Dashiell? I don't know how to say that word. I-E-L-L? Dashiell?
Mm.
Whatever. You should meet Dashiell. He did a lot of volunteer work for WEVP in the early days. Wiring up antennas and relays, stuff like that. I think you two would have a lot to talk about. He works at the telephone exchange. The telephone exchange. Will. No, I'm afraid he's been let go. Kate. Oh yeah? That's odd. He still takes the ferry to work every day. I'm sure he's at the telephone exchange right now. In fact, I dropped him there a few hours ago. My eye's itchy. We're stopping at the telephone exchange again shortly to deliver their mail and pick up their trash. You should go ashore when we do. Ask for Dashiell. Hello, Kate. Do you want to go on a date? Yes or no? Yeah. Honestly, yeah, actually. If we're going to ship Shannon with anyone, I feel like we should ship them with Kate and Will. Ship her with Kate and Will. They can have a little polyamorous fairy family relationship. Found fairy family. There we go.
See, I know you meant Ferry, but my brain did also interpret it the other way. Fairry.
Yep.
Or, Faery. There's two ways to spell that. Yay!
Faerie. Or
Yeah, that one.
Fairy.
Yeah.
Or Ferre.
Yeah.
Anyway. I rarely miss a chance to lounge on the beach around the rum colony, and I do enjoy a drink, though I don't find their signature liquor suits me. But this time, I elected to stay aboard and shoot the breeze with Kate over some mineral water. Still, I heard reports. I heard the old man went a little deeper in his cups. Ezra told me about the dark corners, or Junebug missed an appointment, but didn't seem perturbed. All three of these are perfectly possible, but I'm gonna go with Ezra. See, that beach is lit by a congregation of amber torches stuck in the sand. They mix the torch fuel with citronella oil. It keeps the bugs away. Smart. Which keeps the bats away, but the light doesn't fall very far from the flame. The rest is shadows and sandy echoes, and that's the part Ezra wanted to tell me about. He said he liked to run in the dark, or he said he found a treasure. What kind of treasure could he have found, I think? I knew better than to pry. Aww. Was it a skull? That's the best kind of treasure. It was just like bones. Bones and crystals and old coins. Can you tell that I have the brain of a magpie?
Those are all things that I'm currently surrounded
Trinkets.
by.
I want trinkets.
I can see my old coin from, shit, what year did this coin get minted?
I don't know.
The really big silver dollar I keep in my pocket. Oh, 1879. I was just looking at that because it's over on the table. I've got
Nice.
3, 5, 6 skulls on the thingy above my bed. And then there's crystals, on my end table. And over there. And over there.
Well, if I
And
ever
also
get
up
around
here.
to clearing off putting all of our clean clothes away so that they're not just piled up on top of the desk in my room, I might set my altar back up and bring out my skulls and my crystals and stuff.
Plus, there's that shelf over by the wood stove that's got Pickle's skull on it. And then there's those other skulls over on the other corners of the room.
Yep.
There's at least 10 skulls in this room that aren't currently in a living body.
Yep. If we're talking about the rum colony, I should tell you about Patch. He's the bartender, general manager, creative director. I guess that means he books the music. He's pretty much run the place for the last 7 years. A lot of folks assume he owns it, but that's not the case. The rum colony is owned by a dead man named Vernon. Technically, it would be owned by the power company who once bought a sizable interest from Vernon as part of a state-sponsored investment program, but a clause in that arrangement requires them to keep their hands off the day-to-day, and most of the profits, so long as Vernon walks this earth. The upshot of all this is that nobody came forth to identify the body. Patch is a good guy, though. Kind, trustworthy, and he mixes a strong Mai Tai if that's your thing. That is so fucked up. That's
You
a
don't
really
have
good
any
way to like,
Deutschmarks?
huh?
Oh, sorry, lasagna.
Oh, none of our coins are older than from 2002 because that's when the euro was introduced. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It's just no Deutschmarks lying around.
Yeah. But no, I was gonna say, like, that's a really good way to keep to prevent things getting taken from you, but at the same time, like, it's kind of fucked up that nobody came forward to identify the body. Maybe they did it on
Aw.
purpose. Maybe they did it on purpose because they didn't want his like bar to get taken away. He's technically still alive because he was never declared dead.
Right. That's some fucking Pratchett logic right there.
Valkyrie. Oh, the dog. The other dog's name is Valkyrie, not just Val. That's cool.
Oh.
I have them marked at my
It's a
grandma's, but there are none on like
special dog.
streets. Ah, okay. So they're not in circulation anymore.
Well, this coin's not in circulation either. They don't make them this big anymore.
No, yeah. It's kind of like the
It's
$2
still
bill
technically-
too. Like there's technically
Yeah.
a $2 bill and they do get printed, but they're just not used that much. Like we had a friend who would carry $2 bills on him and try to pay with them whenever he could, and people were always just like, "What the fuck is this fake money?" Like it's not fake.
Wow.
It's a real dollar. Like it's real money. It's real currency. But
The weird thing is, this coin is a dollar coin. Like
Yeah.
it's denoted as being a $1,
yeah.
but it's worth like $20
Yeah.
because
Because
it's
it's
old
collector's
and it's
value.
silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like at least 80% silver. So
I want to see what happens when you click on the dogs launched below deck option. Do the dogs talk to each other, you think?
the mark is only useful for collection.
Yeah. Nostalgia and collector's purposes.
So they have monetary value, just not the value that they denoted.
Yes. What's we doing, dogs? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Aw.
I love it. All right. I didn't get to see what Clara and the rest of them did. While those two gentle beasts kept things under control aboard the Mucky Mammoth, I went to shore with the rest of the crew to make use of a public telephone. I called into my answering machine, which I routinely neglect for intervals of months to chip away at the pile. Kate checked in on a client of hers. She's a birth doula, in addition to being a tugboat captain. Did you know that? I did not. That's a really weird choice of, vocation. Clara talked to her sister in Lithuania. Illness in the family, I gather. Anyway, the evening hit a low point not much later on, so let's take a quiet moment here to listen to the river and reflect on the unburdened sleep of dogs.
Funny thing is that it's not entirely paper. It's partly cloth.
We use
The dollar.
paper. It is cloth. It's not paper.
No.
Yeah. Our money is printed on a special form of cloth that is like completely distinct from every other form of cloth or paper in the United States to prevent counterfeiting.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So it's
honestly it's kind of cool. Like we
functions
use
a
a
lot
special
like
kind of
paper.
ink too, so that
Yeah.
we have these markers that they use in places like banks and stuff on like larger bills where you mark on it and it doesn't leave a mark on like a black mark on it unless it's a counterfeit dollar bill. The ink is like special. It interacts with
Yeah.
the specific ink and cloth that real bills are made from. So it'll leave like a pale streak on like a real dollar, but on a counterfeit dollar it'll be like a dark black mark. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
They're actually, I want to say that the fabrics are made out of cotton too.
Mostly, yeah. Pretty sure it's cotton.
We have that too, but yours looks very papery. It does, yeah. Fresh,
It looks
crisp,
papery because it's it's kind of like designed to feel papery.
Yeah, fresh,
It's really
crisp
thin.
bills from like fresh out of like a batch of like newly minted dollar bills is so stiff and like starched that it feels like a sheet of printer paper, like rough printer paper. But after it's been in circulation for a while, it gets so soft that it feels like a cotton sheet. It's kind of interesting to me. I feel like we should have money the same, like similar to Canadian dollar bills, because their dollar bills are laminated. Are not laminated. I think they're actually made of like plastic or something, but they're like they don't wear down as fast as American dollar bills do. American dollar bills get so flimsy so fast.
And torn.
Yeah. Which, I mean, if a dollar bill gets torn in half, you can tape it back together and it's still viable. You can still use it. But they usually want, like, they'll tell people that if your money gets torn, you take the pieces to the bank and they'll replace it with a fresh bill for you. But yeah,
Yeah.
ours are kind of like Canadian. I sort of figured. I've never actually handled a whole lot of money from outside of the US, to be honest. Like, the closest I think that I've ever handled was pesos from Mexico. So. Ezra taught us a card game, or Shannon, Ezra, the old man, and I stopped at the Radvansky Center to make some quick cash. I feel like I'm gonna be skipping more story if I just go with the Ezra taught us a card game, but... screw it. Let's go ashore and see. Ahoy! Go see what kind of mundane conversations we can have at the Radvansky Center.
Sounds fun.
Act 4, Scene 5, the Radvansky Center. This looks interesting. Mimi, good morning. Morning, quote unquote. Jen, Bags isn't feeling well. Long night. Mimi, poor kitty. Kitty? Jen, what are you watching? Mimi, security tape
Angry
from last
monkey.
night. Daryl left the lights on again. Should we slash his tires? Daryl left the lights on again. Should we slash his tires?
It's a bit of an escalation.
Every country has people on it, and we're like, architecture.
I think that's better. Architecture's cooler.
I really like old cultures, so yeah. Like, cultures that are thousands of years old are fascinating to me. So, and that includes the architecture, I guess, so.
Yeah.
I'll leave a
I
stern note
concur.
on his desk. Spare the rod. What are we doing today? Right. This is weird. You know that old vending machine? Vending machine? The one that only has tomato juice?
Vending machine, you say?
No, the old one they just stopped refilling. Remember, we rolled it out onto the dock last August and some scavengers stripped it up for metal in the middle of the night? Oh no.
You would do such a thing to a
That's
vending
what
machine?
we did to make money? We stripped an old... We scavenged an old vending machine for metal in the middle of the night. Daryl cut his hand cleaning up after them and it got infected, remember? No. Okay. Anyway, the rest of it ended up in the coat room until finally Daryl was piling it into a big bag for the trash barge to pick up, and he came across this box lost behind all the junk. Check it out. This looks old. Yeah, there's a bunch of videotapes and completed questionnaires. I looked up the reference number and it's never been processed, so I guess that's what we're doing today. We have architecture from different eras like Gothic and Roman. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that I'm into. Like, I'm obsessed with old architecture and old culture and, like, buildings that have survived both world wars and several other minor wars are just freaking peak hyperfixation material for me. Suddenly. Was that our mother? He's not listening. I do really love Gothic churches, even though I'm not religious, specifically for the architecture. Gargoyles are one of the coolest things that I think we've ever come up with artistically. I love grotesques. So, there's no date on it. We'll just have to make one up. Unless there's some footage of a calendar or something in here. Haha. Jen flipping through questionnaire. I guess these are the old tests before we started doing the video exit for interviews. That's annoying. Yeah, let's see. How did we do this? I'll run the tape, you interpret the questionnaire, and I'll tie it up? Question mark? This is a weird cutaway. I love Gothic churches too. Heck yes. Samey. Oh, this is strange. I'm in a set room. The modernist bookshelf with the fancy vintage turntable. So ostentatious. So Daryl. What? That was my bookshelf. Oh no. But you, like, grew out of it or something, right? It ended up in the lab somehow. I keep my books in a pile now. It's easier to find what I'm looking for. Never, what shelf is that book on? Only, well, it's somewhere in the pile. Pragmatic. What an ADHD thing to do. Wow, I haven't seen that poster in a while. I think that was mine from college. Yeah, definitely. Oh, right. Daryl swapped it out in the redesign. Now it's... What's there now? Yeah, it's that's weird. I can't picture it. I mean, I can picture the wall, and there's definitely something hung there. That's gonna bug me. Want me to go look? It's just down the hall. No, it's okay. This is such a weird conversation. Like, I've said that so many times throughout the course of this game, but good lord, this takes the cake. Okay. I thought maybe there was going to be something else going on with that chair, but I guess not. I guess I'll go fill out the questionnaire. Stretch my shoulders a little. This should be some basic information in the first control test. Subject's general disposition. Jen looks over the questionnaire document from the envelope. Why are you here? Response. It's a scheduled ferry stop, not my final destination. The other passengers said we could make some quick cash taking these tests. I don't know. Permissive. Demographic category. What's the first thing you remember? I remember a birdcage, a box of small gears, or spilled orange juice. Birdcage. Mid-20s. You think we should use the old categories or the new categories? Oh, right. Will the computer even still take the old ones? They're still in the menu. Okay, in that case, put in precarious. Sure. Oh, I forgot. Name? It says Marquez on the file. Whoa, Marquez. Are you sure? That's what it says. Do you know her? Well, that can't be... No, that's not her. Did she come alone or with a group? I don't know. There's an extended monitoring tape here, too. We could check the dock when she showed up.
Yeah, that was our sister who popped in.
Oh, okay.
She showed up so fast that I didn't have time to mute my mic.
Ah.
She moves around pretty quick. She's very zippy.
Well, she's a mom.
Yeah.
She's a mom with 3 small children. She kind of has to be fast.
Mm-hmm. She was just giving me back some money.
Oh, it's...
She
Wait,
borrowed
who
this
is
morning.
that guy in the hoodie. What? I've never seen him before. Really? He looks so damn familiar. I thought maybe he was a former intern or something. Will, what kind of sordid past do you have? He's a little old for that, right? No, I don't recognize him. Sorry. You're all deja vu this morning. It's spooky. Sorry, just one of those days, I guess. No, definitely not. Oh, she's traveling with one of those creepy distillery guys. Him? Nah, he just looks like some old drifter. Maybe you're right. It's hard to tell in this light. Conway is wearing like a lei. Like one of those Hawaiian lei necklaces around his neck. Probably from the rum colony or whatever it was called.
Probably, yeah.
I guess the old man is on dinghy guard duty. A noble assignment. So, who was this lady? Oh, right. Well, do you remember WEVP TV? No. Okay, it was a community television station. The Consolidated Power Company had to fund it as, like, a punishment for owning too much of the broadcast spectrum or something. Oh, they used to screen your videos, right? Yeah, it was like a co-op. I did some maintenance and they gave me a slot to show my work. And they had that naked banjo guy late at night. Yeah, that's mainly what everyone remembers. I guess their whole mandate was community expression. He was certainly expressive.
Neutery.
Oh, wait, was WEVP the one that... the flood, right? Yeah. Damn. So, Shannon Marquez. Did she have a naked banjo show, too? What? No. Let me guess. Which of the following sentences best describes you? I grieve for fading memories. I am haunted, unable to forget.
Oh, wow.
I am haunted. She had an exercise show? No, I've never heard of Shannon Marquez. It was a Weaver Marquez I knew. She worked at the station for a bit, and then she left on kind of weird terms, actually. I bet. Weaver's weird. Anyway, where were we? Okay. Okay, how do we rank her from the control test? Question. Without turning around to look, please describe the following objects. Bookshelf. I wasn't paying attention to how many shelves it had.
I wasn't looking, as I was talking to our sister.
I think it had 4 shelves? It is shaped like a snake. It is shaped like a transformer coil. It is nondescript. It reminds me of a museum or a department store or of a library. Reminds me of a department store. Poster. I remember it was scientific. I have a poster in my workshop, a vintage advertisement for vacuum tubes. I have a poster of a chart of resistor values. I don't keep posters on my walls. Lighting. Just kind of dim. Average, I guess. Average. Okay. Oh, hey, I was right. The bookshelf does have 4 shelves.
Good guess.
It's shaped like a snake, though. So. What the hell? Archway. That's a pair. How many pictures did she remember? 2, or actually maybe 3. What? She wrote down orange, strawberry, guava. Guava? I think she meant the pear. See, that's why I hate this test. There's so much fruit that basically looks like other fruit. Oh, guava. Does a guava even look like a pear, though? I don't think I've ever seen a guava. I thought they were pink. They're just pink on the inside. You wouldn't confuse a real guava for a real pear, but in one of Daryl's crude watercolors. But I can still clearly tell that it's a pear, even on video. Yeah, you and I can, but we already know it's a pear. She could be remembering wrong, or just identifying what, to her, is a much more likely fruit to appear in a painting, based on any number of cultural, social, geographic, you know. She didn't say anything in her response to help clarify. Let's see. Please describe in detail any sensations that accompany your memory of the pictures. I remember the way the fruit tastes. It makes me think of being a kid. The guava is just like candy. It's almost unnatural. My mother gave me some mushed up guava once to cure a toothache. Haha. Guava does kind of taste like candy, actually.
It's pretty good.
Not really. Just some sensory memories of guava. I guess we should just skip the pictures. That's a shame. It's really hard to measure memory degradation in some of the later tests without this one as a baseline location updating scenario. I've been saying we should just use photographs. Watercolor paintings already have the quality of a half-remembered dream anyway, like they're inviting you to forget them or somebody else already forgot them for you, like a mama bird feeding her chicks cotton candy. That's a weird metaphor. Photographs are... It's not that they're really more accurate or true, but we think they are. They put you in that mindset. They have authority. So yeah, out with the watercolors, I say. But then poor Daryl would have nowhere to exhibit his work. Jen makes a noise. Cat.
Like, you love Gothic churches. What is a cat?
Jen, look who it is. Aw, I miss that kitty. I forget what became of the white one. That cat's eyes are glowing. Her name was Coconut, and she disappeared without a trace. Easy come, easy go? I wouldn't say easy. I had to leave food on the dock for a week before she'd come inside. She only stuck around for a month or two. You probably saw quite a lot of her. I remember you were working nights then. She was a nocturnal creature. That's right, I remember. Rah. That's the same
It's a
kind of
baby.
meowing that Walter does whenever he's bored.
Yes.
Go pet the demon cat. Oh, it won't let me pet the demon cat. I just gotta stare at it. Kitty.
So nice. Not letting you pet the cat.
It's just staring at me. Making little kitty noises. Rah. Oh, okay. Am I supposed to give this to the cat? Maybe? Yes. It's kitty food. Wait, I don't remember this test. Oh. Did we cut this one? What's the questionnaire like? No, this is just... Sometimes if I can't make it in for a few days, I might leave a note to feed the cats. For the
Nah.
test subjects? Wow. How do you know they'll do it? I write it on, university letterhead. Jen, that is unethical. At least I don't use university property and research equipment to make weird video art. Very well then, I contradict myself. Ha ha. I wonder which is the nobler transgression. I'll settle that question. It's nobler to feed kitties.
I
Yes,
agree.
it is.
I can't even really consider it unethical to ask them to feed kitties. Because you could just say it's like a bonus question in the test.
Mm.
And it honestly doesn't necessarily mean it's not true.
It's a
But
morality
everybody
question.
likes having... Yeah, it's a morality question. And it's like having the opportunity to feed a kitty is a very nice, unobjectionable thing. Isn't that right, Rampage?
I didn't realize how loud your audio was this whole time. It's been
Who,
like...
me?
Yeah, it's been bumping all the way up into the red this whole time. Nobody told me. Nobody said anything.
My bad. I've been kind of mumbling up until this point.
Yeah.
But
All right.
I get excited about kitty cats.
Oh, okay. This is before the CD players. I hope she remembered to rewind. They never did, and Daryl would be in all night, rolling all these tapes back one by one in his little Walkman. He still has that thing. He says he uses it at the gym, but I think he's just too attached to his old mixtapes. Only since he unmuted. Yeah, okay. So it's only been since our sister was there. He's so sentimental, our Daryl. These tapes had sounds from my apartment building. Did you know that? Oh? I thought it was stock sound effects from the library. Yeah, the CDs are, but when it was on tape, Daryl had me borrow a tape recorder from the music department and go collect them myself. He showed me a first draft of the questionnaire. I think some of them are still in there. Like, question, what were you thinking about immediately before listening to the tape? I was thinking about my job, my friend, my cousin. Probably her cousin.
Yeah.
After the tape ended, how quickly did your thoughts return to that subject? I never really stopped thinking about it. Right. I don't really get the point of that question. I think it's just there to set a baseline for the introspection index. So all the doors opening and closing, those are all from your apartment? Most of them, yeah. Others were from the basement. We have these rows of storage closets down there. None of them are locked or anything. It's just like this weird row of doors. They're not even marked or differentiated. You have to keep count as you go and remember which one is yours. Mine is number 8. I went down there a little tipsy once. Sunday cleaning, you know. A few glasses of wine. Anyway, I accidentally opened number 9, and it was full of mice. Like, for a computer, I mean. They were all neatly arranged on shelves, organized by some inscrutable quality, cables tied with Velcro. The neighborhood mouse hoarder. A collector, I think. I guess he lived next door. I told Daryl we should add a question. Something like, while listening to the tape recordings of doors opening, if at any point you have any expectation or visualization about what might be on the other side of one of these doors, please write it down.
I feel like that was a trap.
Yeah.
A mouse trap.
Mousetrap. Response. The first door, I thought it led outside. Door number 9, I thought it might be a closet. The last door, it sounded like a kitchen. Door number 9, I thought it led to a closet. I was just curious, I guess, since it was from my building. Like, I have a strong sense of where these doors lead just by hearing them, but is that just from my memory, or is it inherent in the sound somewhere? Interesting. You should write a grant proposal.
Right?
Oh, I wouldn't want to step on any toes, you know, university politics. Oh, here's another extended monitoring tape from the waiting room. I should have stayed on the boat and had Ezra teach me a card game. Busy night. There he is again.
Interesting stuff, though.
Sleeping. Where do I know him from? It's gonna drive me up the wall. Does he work at the university? He did say that he used to be a university professor. Oh, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I think he might have worked there a long time ago. Maybe when I was an undergrad. Ah, the Paleolithic. I thought he looked a bit rugged. That's right, Jen. I went to college during the Stone Age. What was your major? Fire. I don't think he was a professor. Maybe staff? It's been so long. Sometimes I wish I'd just barreled through like you did instead of taking time off before grad school. I'm sure it was the right thing to do at the time. Yeah, or the only thing. I was such a mess. Did I ever tell you about that? My boyfriend died suddenly in my last year of college. God damn. Oh, poor thing. It's okay. It was a long time ago. But yeah, it really shook me up. He was studying astronomy. We were both really into experimental music. We took a few art classes together. That's so sad. Sorry, never mind. No, it's okay. That's the thing, actually. I mean, that's what shook me up about it. It was just this random accident that never should have happened, and so sudden you never could have seen it coming. He was back home visiting his parents, and he fell off a roof. It was Charlie!
Yep.
Full circle! Damn. I know what you mean. You can't predict that kind of, what do you call it, freak accident kind of thing. My psychiatrist says that's why I'm such a pessimist. Well, I think you're remarkably upbeat, all things considered. I mean, you know, that thing with your boyfriend and the roof. But also what happened to the TV station. Acts of God. You think? No, I mean, that's what you call it. That's what you say when it's nobody's fault. I mean, that's true.
That's a turn of phrase. Yeah.
That is the, yeah.
They use it in home insurance clauses.
Acts of God. Okay. Kind of makes God out to be a bit of a jerk, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just random freak accidents or acts of God. Thanks, God.
Then again, like almost every god in the history of gods is a bit of a jerk,
That is true. That is true.
and the biblical God is no exception.
Damn, God got hands. Yeah.
It's true.
That he
Old
do.
Testament.
Alright. Speaking of the TV station, you were saying something earlier about that other Marquez girl. Oh, right. I was talking about Weaver. Yeah. What exactly happened with her? You said she left on weird terms. Yeah, well, so... Actually, she just stopped showing up. That was pretty normal. It was all volunteers, right? Community television. Yeah. People didn't really give much advance notice. They just got bored and drifted away. It was more like an art project than a job for most people. Weaver Marquez helped manage the archives. Like, filing and sorting old tapes of broadcasts. I think she was pretty smart. She probably could have been more help fixing the equipment or something, but she seemed content just to organize tapes. How autistic of her.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever talked to her much, so when she left, no big deal. But then a couple months later, we started getting these bizarre interventions. Okay.
I made myself laugh with a dumb joke. It's like thinking about how in the Old Testament, God is like, put no other gods before me. And I'm like, it's going to be a little bit difficult going alphabetically, Yahweh.
Nice. Question. Please consider a particular moment earlier in the day or evening. Write down where you were, what you were doing, and who else was present. Response. I was in my aunt and uncle's house with a friendly old man I'd just met. I fixed a TV set. Or, I was in my shop alone. I saw a strange broadcast. My cousin was on TV. Question. For the remainder of this test, we will refer to that moment as the episode. Okay. Someone would be doing a show in their normal time slot, and then suddenly the feed would cut. We'd still be broadcasting, but our signal was totally jammed. Oh, like interference. I mean total blackout. Then this video would come on, clearly shot in our studio at some point, and it was her, Weaver Marquez. She'd be standing in the middle of the studio facing the camera. It's a bit fuzzy in my memory, but I do remember the sound. This awful hum. Like, that was how she did it. She made a hum so sinister, it drove our signal into hiding.
That's one way to interpret that.
Yeah. Question. As you read the first marked passage, an excerpt from Door Jam Design, Repair, and Cleaning by R. Gross, please take note of any new details you recall from the episode, and at what point in the text they are recalled to you. Response. When he described the dust that accumulates on a door jamb, I thought of how empty the house felt before we switched the TV on. The author used a metaphor I hadn't heard before, cleaner than a stopped clock, and it reminded me of this strange mold that had accumulated in the TV. That mold is everywhere.
It really is.
Then there were these on-screen captions exactly the same every time. I don't remember what they said. Something creepy. Wow. We had a title maker at the station, but it was a different font. I guess she recorded it at WEVP and then took it somewhere else to add the captions. I don't know. We all did a lot of speculating about how she made the video, why she made the video. Yeah, why not just broadcast it why not just broadcast it normally? It was community television, right? Couldn't be any worse than Naked Banjo Guy. Yeah, exactly. Some people thought it was a protest or something, but I know she didn't have anything against the station. To me, it felt kind of urgent. Like she would have done her broadcast through the proper channels, but something came up. A crisis or something. Question. The second marked passage is a poem by In Shield called 3 Views Through a Door. As you read this passage, please again write down any new details you recall from the episode. Response. When I read the stanza about watching the rain through the doorway, I remembered that the TV had a lot of water damage, which was strange, and even some moss growing on it. When I read the stanza about walking through the door into the house, I remembered how dead that farmhouse felt tonight, like nothing had ever lived there. This is getting weird and dark.
Yep. Which is kind of, the whole thing with this.
It is the running theme, yeah. How often did it happen? A lot. Dozens of times. It went on for years. We even thought about asking the police to look into it, but it's so hard to locate a pirate signal. I mean, it could come from any direction, you know? It's all just waves. Why does waves look different from the rest of that?
So it could do that.
Exactly. Question. The third marked passage is a reproduction of A Caller's Guide to the Etiquette of Closed Doors, a pamphlet published anonymously sometime in the 19th century. Again, write down any new details of the episode that are recalled to you while reading this text. A Caller's Guide to the Etiquette of Closed Doors. Do we need to explain to the audience what a caller is?
I don't think so.
I think in this context, it's just like a visitor, but I immediately thought
Yeah.
of like a caller as in like a sex worker, I guess.
Gentleman caller.
Yeah.
But generally, a gentleman caller is like someone who is a visitor who is interested in being a suitor.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the same thing.
Response.
You might be thinking of call girl, but,
Yeah, I think that's what it is. The text said something about how long to wait. Not to wait too long at a closed door. I need to see this through. The text said something about hitting your knuckles on the right part of the door to maximize resonance throughout the house. It made me think about the
Yes.
weird acoustics down here. They make me feel strangely at home. Weaver's video showed up again right before the flood. Actually, I think it might have been the last thing we ever broadcast. That's a little weird. Very strange coincidence, that. Why the squirt gun? What did I do? Why am I being punished?
maybe you need to cool off with all that sexy talk.
Oh. Oh, look. Can you read the date? Damn, I can't read it either. It may not have even been current. I remember for a while we had a calendar up that was like years behind. I think Daryl liked the picture. What was it? Best friends. Every month there was a different pair of animals that were friends. That's adorable. I think I'm gonna be sick. You don't remember that? That weird intern brought it in from home. What was his name? Who? Oh, you remember. Skip straight to
Skip
sex
str-
worker.
Get up.
I can't help it, man. We're sex positive around here.
It's true.
Oh, you remember. He was always like... I mean, we would make fun of him for... Damn. He's almost completely gone from my brain. So many interns coming and going. I guess I didn't bother to even remember their names. I wonder who was working back then. Or who was working back when this was recorded. Is there a tape of the monitoring room? Ooh. Yes, here it is. Before we check that out, did she flip the calendar forward or backward? Forward. Oh, weird. They usually flip it backward. Huh. Kitty. Oh, it's Ezra. Wait, no, it's not. There she goes. Wait, do you think... Did she follow them out? Oh, well, here's the last extended monitoring tape from the dock when they left. Uh-oh. See, I told you he was one of those distillery guys. I guess you were right. These other guys came to pick him up for work, maybe. I don't like
Oh,
how they all
no.
hang out together. It's creepy. We hang out together and work together. Yeah, but it's not... They're like more than co-workers. I don't know. I just get this awful feeling whenever I see them. Like I knew them once, but not anymore. Like when they make up a dead person to look like an old photograph of themselves. Sort of familiar, sort of strange. Yeah, exactly. There ought to be a word for that. Oh. Bye, kitty. They look like nice enough people. I'm sure she's very happy with them. Yeah. So. I guess it was Ezra. This has been a bit of a memory trip for you, huh? I bet you didn't expect these old tapes to stir up so much. How's it feel for these people to come up again? Weaver Marquez and Wise Will, I mean. And what was your boyfriend's name? The one who died in college? Charlie. Yeah, it's kind
Yeah.
of bittersweet experience, actually. Like looking at photographs of people who've died or moved away. People that are gone. Gone but not forgotten. No, not forgotten. You're right. I can't decide if we're still alive or if we're all dead and moving through the afterlife.
Yeah, it's kind of got that vibe.
This whole place has a very, like, River Styx vibe to it.
Yeah.
Look at all those easels and tables on the beach over there. They call it an open-air gallery, or probably something more upscale, like al fresco galleria. They say it's a popular design in foreign cities, like Paris and New York. That may be true. The appeal is clear enough, I guess. Anyone can wander in and out, there aren't any walls or doors, there's no roof either. Just a kind of thin cloth membrane. Not quite a sheet or a tarp, but more like a drape of rolled out spiderweb. Looking like it might bunch up and dissolve if it ever got rained on. No concern down here for rain. Everybody thinks they're inside just because they can't see the sky, but it's a microclimate down here, and it surely does rain. Right now, they're exhibiting some intimate photographs of small-town life. The highlight of the show is a large print of an old man's face. There's one of a small girl playing in a puddle, and the pictures all sort of run together. I feel like the pictures would all sort of run together. After looking at them all in a row, it's hard to come away with any specific memories of people or faces. You just get a kind of fuzzy after-image, the warm residue of a community. No individual meaningful except as a bit of contrast or shading. Reviews have been good. It's a popular show. Probably because of its relevance. The town depicted in these photos was very recently flattened to make way for a big museum project. We've been to that museum.
Yeah.
I took a nap. Ezra helped Kate forage for mushrooms. Let's go forage for mushrooms.
Yeah.
A grove. Oh, it's 6:30. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's getting there. All late and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Wow. There's a big pile of junk on this island. Oh, it's like choose your own adventure. She lit a second cigarette with the embers of the first one. She trembled, sweating a little under a heavy coat. It was warmer near the doors, but she was following directions. No smoking within 25 feet of hospital entrance. Or, Kate gently rolls a fallen branch and plucks something white from the underside. She holds it up for Ezra to examine.
I like the mushroom one.
Kate. Plurocybella porigens. The common name is angel wings. Isn't that pleasant? They have a delicate springy texture, and they're tasty, like sweet moss. Looks like I can do both of them.
Yeah.
No smoking within 25 feet of a hospital entrance. So she stood by a hot dog cart parked at the edge of the sidewalk. Oh, it makes you jump between them. Okay.
Okay.
They're tasty like sweet moss. Kate, would you like a bite? Ezra, okay. Sweet moss doesn't sound very tasty to me. Yeah, let's bite the mushroom. Screw it. Ezra takes a small bite and ruminates. What do you think? Is it supposed to be spicy? I think I got a bug. It doesn't taste like moss. I think I got a bug, Kate. Oh, lucky you. I'm kidding. You could spit it out if you want. My mushroom hunting mentor told me it's useless to pretend to know mushrooms. They escape your erudition. The more you know them, the less sure you'll feel about identifying them. She taps the cover of the small red book she's carrying. That's why I always bring my favorite guidebook. Kate points to a small mushroom growing in the dirt. Oh, here's an important one to recognize, though. Look, see the sort of greenish pallor of the cap? Amanita phalloides. That's Greek. Amanita means mushroom and phalloides means, never mind. It smells like honey. Can you eat it? It smells like honey. Yeah, sort of nauseating though, right? Sickly sweet. Death cap. That's the common name. It's killed a lot of people, this little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. It's a revolutionary. Haha. Even the Buddha died from eating a mushroom when he was very old. That's just what they do. Clear away old things, make room for new things. Pretty important, right? I've always thought they deserved a little more respect. Would you like to help me look for a few more? I have a sort of shopping list. Great. Look for... Actually, just grab any mushrooms that catch your eye and throw them in this bag. Let me know when you're done and we'll see what you've got. Have fun. That's the second rule of mushroom hunting. The first rule is ask Kate before eating anything, okay?
I feel like those are out of order. Just priority-wise.
Ezra investigates a rotting stump, pokes around the base of a cypress tree, or checks out a plastic bag washed up on the island. Kate kneels in the grass, digs in a bare patch of dirt, or examines some tree roots. Let's look at the tree roots. She spots a couple of intriguing growths along the roots of the tree, a speckled white ball and a cluster of softly glowing amber caps. The hot dog vendor tried to strike up a conversation with some immediately too personal questions. She decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he considered it part of his job, she thought, to offer his customers some kind of counsel. Maybe it was to salve his guilty conscience for selling junk food outside a hospital. Kate examines the speckled white ball or the glowing amber caps. Glowing mushrooms more interesting.
Yeah.
The mushrooms are slick, sticky to the touch, like they're covered in smoldering honey. Kate cuts the bundle of mushrooms from the tree roots and puts them in her bag. See what Ezra's up to. Ezra investigates a rotting stump. The stump is ringed with overlapping shelves of mushrooms, striped brown, blue, gray, white. A caterpillar crawls along one of them. He didn't like to play in the house. It was always too cold. It seemed to store up the cold at night, then slowly discharge it into his bones during the day, while the sun bounced feebly off the windows. But he liked to play in the woods behind the house. He didn't have any friends nearby. None of their new neighbors seemed to have children his age, so he played alone in the woods. Alone except for the deer. Ezra inspects the mushrooms or the caterpillar. I feel like he would be more interested in the caterpillar. The caterpillar shuffles listlessly across the mushroom. It seems to be dragging several of its legs. An odd brown-black thread protrudes about 2 inches out of its head. Oh no. Ezra carefully picks up the caterpillar and puts it in his bag. It's got, cordyceps. Cordyceps, yeah. It's been infected with cordyceps mushroom. I'll leave it there. Leave the tree stump. Go back to Kate. Kate kneels in the grass. She parts the grass with her garden knife, studiously combing the ground. Had she ever tried any alternative medicines? Acupuncture, homeopathy, Ayurveda, Ayurveda? Magical thinking? She said she'd never heard of any of those things. He fished a stray hot dog out of the pickle jar. You keep your hot dogs in a pickle jar? There are no mushrooms in the grass. Kate tries to wipe some mud off her boot. Didn't find anything? That's okay. Ezra pokes around the base of a cypress tree. A brownish clump of mushrooms feathers out from the base of the cypress tree. A few feet above, several pale blue puffs cling to the trunk. The woods were full of deer. His dad said the deer liked best to live on the edges of forests. Recent development in the area had created a lot of fresh edges, so they amassed there and sometimes ran into the road. Ezra crouches to get a closer look at the brownish clump. The mushrooms look dried out and brittle, almost like tree bark. He heard strange, gruff voices back in the direction of the house and something that sounded like a choked sob or a sharp rebuke. He kept going. Uh-oh. Ezra tears off a piece of the mushroom and puts it in his bag. Ezra closes his eyes and listens to the water and the distant clicking of bats. He tripped on a protruding root and lay for a while in the mud, examining the pale upper branches of a sycamore tree, listening to the soft rumble of a faraway thunderstorm, and then louder, closer, and his hair stood on end, and there was the bird. So it is a thunderbird. Huh.
Yeah.
Didn't find anything? That's okay. I just found this one. Kate takes the bundle of amber caps from her bag. These ones are really cool. See how they kind of glow a little? It's not enough to find your way in the dark or anything, but it's still pretty amazing. Anyway, I make a tea out of them. Pretty good for headaches. Kate puts the mushrooms back into her bag. So, what do your parents do? For work, I mean. Or you have a brother out there somewhere? Oh no, let's not talk about this, Kate.
Let's do the brother question because his brother's a Thunderbird. Yeah.
Ezra. Julian. He's gonna come find me in the morning after the work is done. Yep, we work pretty hard. We used to spend part of each night looking for my folks, but now we pretty much just work. But maybe that'll change now. I have some new friends. Do you have a family? I almost had a baby once. Oh no.
Gulp.
I left home when I was very young, not much older than you, actually. I bounced around jobs and shelters and finally found my way down to the Echo River, never looked back. Years later, my mother got sick and I tried to visit her, but it was too late. She was all spaced out on fevers and morphine. Why do these adults keep talking about their trauma with this child?
I don't know, man. There's no fucking filter on these grown peoples.
God.
I'm not that much better, if I'm being honest. It just depends on how old the kid is.
Yeah. I've basically been on my own since then. Well, that's not really true. Just about everyone who sets foot aboard the Mucky Mammoth feels like family to me now. I guess if nobody's family, then everybody's family. Haha. Ezra, these are the only trees in this whole cave. Who planted them here? What's this island for? It looks like someone made it on purpose. Kate. Oh, right. It's kind of a nice simple shape. Pleasantly minimal island geometry. I'm sure it could be natural, though. I mean, I don't know if the island itself is man-made or not, but I guess I don't know much about this place, really. It's supposed to be some kind of memorial to something. Will would know more. Sorry, it's a mystery. Ezra kicks the dirt. Months later, she came across a book on homeopathic medicine in a used bookstore and bought it. She thought it was mostly bullshit, but found the author's notes on the unpredictability of mushrooms immediately compelling. Spiritual, even. She started collecting mushrooms on hikes, never eating them, just collecting, identifying, and discarding. Eventually, she connected with the Lexington Mycological Society and began to study in earnest the medicinal uses of fungi. It's a mystery. I'll search for clues.
I relate to this character a bit.
Ezra investigates a cypress tree, looks around the shore, examines a large stone monument. Sorry, all of the sudden in the background music, there's like shrieking sounds. I don't like that. Don't appreciate that at all. Ezra looks around the shore. Ezra steps on a plastic bottle. A wooden post projects from the sand nearby. Examines the wooden post. A groove is worn near the top of the post. Ezra investigates a cypress tree. The tree smells spicy, oily. There's another boat moving up on us that's full of cats. That's what that noise is.
It's a boat full of cats.
Ezra looks up into the branches. Some of the branches have been trimmed recently. Ezra inspects the contents of his pockets. I should have gone to look at the stone monument.
Stone monuments are cool.
Is that a... I think that might actually be a building and not a boat. But it is definitely full of cats. It's just like a whole colony of cats living on an abandoned houseboat, I guess.
That's pretty cool.
It's a little freaky, I'm not gonna lie. She put out her cigarette, said goodbye to the hot dog vendor, and spent the rest of the afternoon listening to doctors and trying to understand the world as they did, as a list of discrete injuries to be mended. Alright, what have you got? The branches on the tree are trimmed. Oh, good observation. So I guess somebody's still taking care of this place, or just practicing their tree trimming somewhere out of the way. There's a pole in the ground over there. It's all scratched up. Oh yeah, I bet people tie their boats there. Maybe somebody who takes care of the trees. Could be. Or other travelers and mushroom hunters like us. Well, Ezra, I can't say I know what that all adds up to. Like I said, I wish Will were here. He'd have some local history for us. We can ask him back on the boat. Kate and Ezra look up at an old battleship drifting by. It's a battleship full of cats.
That's amazing.
Oh, there it is. The Iron Pariah. Don't worry, it's just passing by. What do you think of it? I don't know much about it firsthand, but I've heard things. ... What do you think of it? Ezra, where did it come from? Have you ever been aboard? Is it full of ghosts? No, it's full of cats. Have you ever been aboard? Oh no, I've never even been close. I have to admit I'm a little curious, but... Well, sometimes places get an aura of the forbidden about them, and it just seems best to stay away. Plus, it would ruin the mystery. I've heard it was in the Civil War. Supposedly, there's nobody even aboard. No people, I mean. Someone told me she got close to it by accident and heard a strange wailing sound. Well, it's cats.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it was in the Civil War. I guess they had boats full of soldiers and supplies going up and down the Ohio River, and they fought on the river, like boat to boat with cannons or something. I guess machine guns?
That's true.
I'm no military historian, as you can probably tell. Haha. Anyway, I guess this one just got lost, and somehow ended up all the way down here. Maybe it slipped into a cave up north. They're all connected underground. There's another version of the story where it didn't get lost. It was full of deserters. They came down here to hide. Maybe that's why it's called a pariah. Supposedly there's nobody even aboard. No people, I mean. There must be something on there. Life is everywhere. Rats, insects, some kind of hardy mold. Part of it could be flooded and host to some of the eyeless fish that live in the Echo. Hey, maybe there are some mushrooms growing in there. Slowly consuming military rations from over 100 years ago. More mysteries. They do pile up over time, as people forget the details. Thanks for taking me mushroom picking. Mushroom hunting. You can pick apples because they're right out there in the open. Mushrooms hide. You have to hunt for them.
Aw.
Kate and
Having
Ezra
some
look
difficult
up.
monthly business going on over there. That's okay.
Ah.
We
Crime scene in my pants. It's alright. Kate and Ezra
Did
looked
that
up at an
pretty
old
quickly.
battleship drifting by. Ezra's parents shook him awake. They seemed alarmed, but not immediately concerned. They led him back to the house, past the house, into the car. Dad said they were going to stay at the bus station for a while, the one with the little arcade with the car game he liked. Dad watched him closely in the rearview mirror, expecting Ezra to be excited or confused or scared, but he didn't feel anything. He hardly seemed to hear. In fact, he felt like he was observing the family car from a distance, from far above, from the clouds. Interesting. If I stay here, what else is there to do? There's nothing else to do. Okay. Time to go. Every time I
I
say
also
Ezra, I
think of
Rebels.
Rebels.
I didn't watch Rebels. I should, though.
Ezra
There's
Bridger.
just so many things I'm behind on. See that rough circle of rocky protrusions near the shore? It's more intricate than it looks. More than 2/3 of it is actually underwater. I haven't seen it myself, but listen to this. It's man-made, and the rocks weren't placed according to their size, so what's visible is a more or less uniformly random selection of the overall shape. It looks like it might be a spiral, all told, or maybe some kind of meditative labyrinth. At the head of it is a petrified oak stump. That was moved here from above ground, of course, decades ago, but that's where the ceremony took place. The Lucks were married here. Many frail-tongued observers said they should just go with lock or luck, or split the difference with look or even lick, or really anything else, but it was never going to happen. Marge Luck and Errol Luck met in prison. Greta Luck and Norm Luck were high school sweethearts. Billy Luck and W.H. Luck met in line at the DMV.
They were going alphabetically.
Nah. Billy Luck and W.H. Luck. I like that one. Their driver's license photographs were mixed up by the clerk, a mistake they discovered immediately but never corrected. Their engagement was welcome news for the family business, who had been looking for some opportunity to merge interests. The Locks ran a busy printing press, and the Lucks managed a fleet of bicycle couriers. These were the Locks of Lock Large Animal Storage and the Lucks of Luck Family Nut Company. Nice. Surely someone in some branch of those two great trees had elephant husbandry on the brain. This is all speculation.
Elephant.
Skelephant husbandry. The ceremony itself was humble and perfunctory, and it must have somehow involved these rocks. Maybe they walked around them in a spiral, like a symbol of their ever-tightening bond. Probably the rocks marked the boundaries between the two families. Luck's on the inner loop and Lock's on the outer, or the other way around. I kind of like that one, actually, walking them in a spiral. And it must have also involved that petrified stump. Neither family is particularly religious, but rumors persist that the officiant wore a robe.
You've angered the stump. Oh my god. Tell us the story of the stump, King River. You
You
don't
don't
tell
tell
me
me
what
what
to
to
do.
do. Shannon helped me fix up a mushroom stew in the
Oh,
kitchen,
man.
or Shannon and her friend set out in the dinghy to deliver a package at the telephone exchange.
Dingy.
Let's go to the dinghy. That's the whole reason we were here in the first place, was to go deliver the damn package.
Package.
Act 4, Scene 7. Echo River Central Exchange. What are you laughing about now?
The way I said dingy was the innuendo, and the package, same fucking thing. You teed me up twice.
Okay. I think the
I'm
sleep
sleepy.
I was
I'm
gonna say,
making dick
I
jokes.
think the sleep deprivation might be getting to you a little bit.
No. I'm surprised you didn't get it.
I wasn't... my brain was nowhere near that. I was thinking about other things. For one thing, mostly thinking about the sore on the side of my tongue that's making it really difficult for me to talk right now.
Really? I thought you were thinking about call girls.
Just because that's where my brain connects collar to in that context does not mean that I have a dirty mind.
Too late. You already got the squirt gun from your hubby.
For the most part, I'm usually not the one that's horny on main, okay?
I know.
So,
You're
I
technically
don't
on that A
do...
spectrum.
Yeah, I don't
That's
really
why
do
it's
innuendo jokes all that much, so... my brain just makes weird connections.
That's all I was doing too, was making the connections.
Anyways. Kate, thanks again for your help. This is about as far as the tugboat can go. You know, noise and lights to stir up the bats. I usually send Will, but I thought you'd like the chance to meet Dashel. Dashiel? I still don't know how to say that name. He's the guy who worked at
SDL.
the... Stop interrupting me. He's the guy that worked at the TV station WEVP. So, you'll pass through the Bat Sanctuary, which is really nice, by the way. Be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for, cool bat facts. Plenty of time. Anyway, the Echo River Central Exchange, or, excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name when the power company took over. Anyway, it's just on the other side of the Bat Sanctuary. This package is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. We'll meet you on the other side at Sam and Ida's for our scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river. Can't miss it. Oh, I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There's this kind of weird memorial sculpture on your way in, just before the Bat Sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of... I don't know how to say it. You should check it out. Okay, bye. Thanks, Kate. Bye, Kate. Where are we going? What am I supposed to do here? I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I can't move. I'm so confused, y'all. Hello? I don't know why I can't go anywhere. Like, I can't move the boat at all. It's being really stupid. Yeah. For some reason, it wasn't responding to controller. It was just like... Wait. is this stuff? Sign, we claim these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them, and we place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of that power company who bought up our old mine and traded our brothers and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead when the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean, full of water too, and swept through hidden tunnels into some awful cave we never will find, and so we guess the water buried them for us, so let this here be the marker for their grave. And if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what will happen. Hey, Elkhorn, that's the mine we met in, where your folks, worked. Looks like it's been here a while. I sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote it is still that angry? I don't think you ever forget anger like that. Sure, angry, mainly just hurt. No, I guess you probably don't. This probably stirs up... I mean, how do you... It's fine, I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened. It brings back some anger for me too, or the other miners made this, but it should have been the power company. It's their fault. Yeah. People should remember this. Well, here we are, remembering. And I didn't even know it the first time around, but here I am remembering it now. That's a fine memorial, I guess. Where are you pointing that light, Shannon? Just point it directly forward, please. Oh! It's a couple of boys from the distillery. Okay. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy. Just sometimes I forget I don't even really know you that well. Are you feeling okay, or it's nothing? Oh, sure. It doesn't hurt anymore, my leg. It just kind of numb. Like it's not there. My shoulder too, actually. That's an old one, though, from an accident. I'm lucky I just had some nerve damage there. It probably should have been a lot worse. You know, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation, just like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to me earlier that they could even help me take care of these medical bills for my leg, you know? Get it all together on a plan. Consolidated. What? When did you talk to them about that? That sounds like a really bad idea. If we can find her, maybe Weaver could get you out of this thing with the distillery. She has some experience with them. That sounds like a really bad idea. Oh, I don't know. They seem to have a lot of experience with this kind of stuff. They've got a whole process figured out. Anyway, I have a feeling it'll all work out. Even this delivery. Even for me. Yeah, we're almost there, right? Hell, at this point, I bet we could just take off the parking brake and that truck would roll into 5 Dogwood Drive all by itself. Listen, that old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss, Ira, Lisette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much, but somehow Lise got it into her mind that he would have wanted me to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did, or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. Blah, blah. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it. I barely know you. That's very generous, but I don't need a truck. Sure, I could keep an eye on it for you until you get straightened out. I barely know you. Hell, I barely know anyone. It's not like I'm gonna give this truck to my damn brother or something. I don't even know how to get a hold of him these days. Well, just think about it anyway. You'd be doing me a favor, you know? One less thing to deal with. Shannon, why are you looking behind you? Sign. Visitors to the Echo River small-footed black bat artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and the spread of white noise syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited any cave known or suspected to host bats infected with white noise syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothes, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring any foreign spores ashore with you. Please do not touch any bats or structures. This is a weird choice to move through this. Travel through this to get to the swap or whatever. The small-footed black bat is confused by light. If you are using a lantern or other artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you are approached by bats, do not panic. Relax. Stop your vehicle and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. Okay. Why can't I see where we're going? I can't go... Can I not go through there? Okay. Turn off the light so we don't attract a bat. Apparently I don't get to move while the lights are off. So we're just gonna have to hope we don't attract a bunch of bats. Don't touch the COVID bat. The only thing I'm worried about contracting from bats is rabies. Although, that whole, oh, we got COVID because somebody ate a bat that was infected with COVID. It's such a silly, that was such a silly, like, that was the dumbest thing. We never actually figured out where it came from, though, so maybe it was a bat. Who knows? What is that? Bat fact. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high-frequency clicks, too high for humans to hear. Then they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of these ultrasonic clicks. By comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take to come back, differences of just millionths of a second, bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, and so it still needs to avoid running into anything. I don't know what my brain just did. So, bats keep clicking away even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. It may be poor table manners, but it's crucial for surviving in the dark. I wonder how the other bats know whether one of them is really talking or just chasing a bug. I think when they're actually communicating, it sounds more like singing. Sometimes it's hard to know with people, too. Oh yeah, like, how about this weather? I guess there are layers to it, right? Sometimes you just need to get the other person talking so you can check their body language, or hear what their voice sounds like. Find out if they're friendly, or angry, or drunk. I mean, yeah. Bats. Whoop. Damn, it's really dark down here. Are you still there? Shannon touches Conway's shoulder. Oh, there you are. I hope that's you. Haha. I was thinking about Lisette. I actually think she'd like it down here. She's always liked old things and empty places. I mean, places that are full of weird stuff, but they still feel empty, like the Wax Museum. Wax museums freak me out. I don't have a bat emote, so... Crow? I'm Batman.
We've also never really been a fan of, like, facsimiles of humans.
Yeah.
Mannequins, porcelain dolls.
Ventriloquist dummies.
Ventriloquist dummies, yeah.
It's the uncanny valley thing.
Uncanny Valley. Yeah.
Bat fact. The small-footed black bat's natural diet mostly consists of moths and other small insects that breed along the river. Here at the artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wards to repel all potentially contaminant-bearing insects and replace them with our own locally bred and spawned hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we call the little gray nothing moth. Okay. You may be thinking that the other moths and insects the small-footed black bat would have been eating are very much relieved that their natural predator has found another food source. Not so. We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the small-footed black bat normally hunts, to balance their escape from the food chain. But eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River, the shore of Lake Leth. That is a typo. That threw me off really bad. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precious guano here at the hibernaculum and manually distribute throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work. They eat fake moths. I wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that. It's all fake except for bats. It's all fake except for the bats. They eat fake moths. Wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that. Maybe it's better they don't know. Like bat plumbing. I mean, I never think about where it goes, do you? Right. It is reassuring to know someone's taking care of everything for these little bats. It kind of bothers me. Like, they're tricking the bats. I think it's reassuring that they're being taken care of. Yeah, who's gonna build the people hibernaculum? Maybe we'll build it ourselves. Maybe we already did. Like, the folks in the mine. You said they used to buy stuff. Fans, canaries, all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down there. It feels cluttered, but human. I just mean, all people need is enough to pretend we're home and we can make it anywhere. Sure, people can, but what about bats? You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. No, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles, like, which is more musical, a truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Count your blessings. Oh, these trees would look wild. Why are there umbrellas in the water?
Well, they just turn up everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Better hang on a minute. Feels like there's one kind of hovering right over me. They don't really hover though, do they? I mean, how could they? I guess a lightning bug will hover by beating its wings really fast. Maybe they can do that too. I used to watch lightning bugs in the evening, out at the edge of the woods. Lisette's kid, Charlie, he loved them, you know. He ended up going to college and studying astronomy, and I like to think he got his love for the stars from those nights watching bugs.
I was watching the lightning bugs last night. Fireflies out and about. When the wind picked up and it got cool.
Anyway, me and Charlie, sometimes we'd try to see one of them up close. You lay in the grass, and you have to be totally still for a while, like one of those wax sculptures. Don't even breathe. Like this. Oh, you can't see me. Haha. I was doing the watching lightning bugs in the grass face. I think I can imagine it. It feels like we're talking on the phone or something. Yeah, you've seen it already. When I fell in the mine. Kinda stunned, in shock. Haha. Hey, who were you talking to earlier when we met in the mine? You were on the phone with someone. I forgot about that. My ex, or just a friend. My ex. Alejandra or Mark. Don't call my name.
Alejandra.
Don't call my name.
Gay
Alejandra. We met in school and we're still pretty close. She has kids now, so we don't talk as much. I was just venting on the phone about my landlord situation. She called me to chat about something. She didn't really have time for it, busy doing other things. She was very patient, but I could tell she had no idea what I was talking about. It gets harder and harder to reconnect. I actually hate talking on the phone. Me too. Yeah, I try not to use it. I like to see someone's hands when they talk. Most people never learn how to lie with their hands, so anything you see there you can pretty much take for truth. Okay.
I don't know about that.
Oh. The boys from the whiskey distillery are following us. So many bats swooping. Just trying to get across this stupid thing. Lisette's sick. I mean, she's old. We're both old. Hell, you're about the youngest person I know right now. Oh, and the kid. Maybe Blue, by a people calendar. In dog years, though, I bet she has us all beat. So, I'm old too, sure, and I forget stuff all the time, especially if I had a few and my brain is swimming, but, I mean, at least it's all going away. She's losing words you'd never think you'd lose. Not just like the street she grew up on, but the names of colors and types of furniture, or I mean even the word furniture. She got that dementia. She'd say, we've still got a few nice pieces in the, what's that I call the shed, where we put the bigger pieces, the beds and couches, and I'd say, Lise, why do you keep teasing me about that time I fell asleep in the furniture shed, when it's so damn comfortable in there? I tried to help her keep some dignity, you know. That's all I had to offer at the end. She has a sister in Nashville who'll take good care of her, and now that I'm not around the shop all the time, what was that old guy's name? Used to make deliveries for the shop. He smells like leather. Ira was always yelling at him. Too drunk to work on the one day he could have been in the right place at the right time. That's fucked up. She
Pretty
means
dark.
a lot to you. Are you worried about losing her? You feel pretty bad about that accident. Do you think she blames you? Yeah. No, but it's awful to say, but sometimes I kind of wish she would. That way at least she could eventually forgive me. You know what I mean, right? I know exactly what you mean, or I'm sure she'd forgive you. I think the bats are clearing out. Oh, another bat fact. Oh no.
Back fat.
Back fat. Like I said, there's
Back
a
fat
sore on the
bacon.
side of my tongue, and the more that I talk, the worse it gets, and it's starting to make my tongue swell up a little bit. I'm just trying to get through this so that I can get to the end of this, like, scene, and then end stream, so that I can go brush my teeth and rinse my mouth out and try to get this stupid sore to stop swelling.
Yes, and I can go pretend to sleep.
Sign. White noise syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy when they need to survive through the winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly, and it is highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome. I've been reading it noise this whole time. That's white nose. White nose syndrome has drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the small-footed black bat be two more lost species, wiped out in a geological blink and forgotten to natural history? It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of this artificial hibernaculum is our best hope of preserving them. As you leave the Echo River small-footed black bat hibernaculum and sanctuary, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers.
Bat check.
Yeah. Translation? Don't take any bats with you. On purpose or accidentally. Onward and onward. Oh, I didn't really notice it before, but that kind of looks like an eye. It's a little freaky.
So it does.
Oh. Hmm. Oh, it's Flora. Oh, hi. I remember you. What are you doing down here? I'm just exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic. Really? What does that mean to you? So am I think. I think I'm more classical myself. What does that mean to you? It means I like poems and rivers and mysteries. Okay, bye. These are some
Wow.
of the most accurately written children in any video game I've ever played. Careful up there. Can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs. You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm gone. Haha, I'll just be floating along down here. I just mean keep your eyes open and don't look back. I guess I'm supposed to go this way. Ah, there's Dashiel. Dashel, softly. Could be bypassed with another capacitor at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise. Oh, his last name is Morse.
Hmm.
If your circuit's too noisy, you should tie these floating pins to the ground. Huh? That's a pretty good idea. They're probably picking up all kinds of radio interference. Dashiell Morse. Pleased to meet ya. We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bells. I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall. Or right before the wall jack. Bleh. New system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bells, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack. Alright. I'm a bit of a circuit geek myself, so you do still work here on the tugboat. They weren't totally sure. Oh, well, yeah. I'm here just about every night. Is this your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid, for one reason or the next. Back then, this place was a train station. It's true. They had bats then, too, but they were considered a nuisance. What'd you come here for as a kid? Or a train station? What happened to it? Well, the river shifted, and this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Eventually, someone at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty, so they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running telephone wires behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I miss that, actually. They were easier to climb. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks. WEVP's the TV station, right? Kate says they're the only one who can tell me where it is. The crystal room. Do you ever know a girl named Weaver? Yeah, I'm curious about the crystal room, too. Yep, WEVP is actually a cable signal. Not a lot of people down here know all the mechanics of it, but here goes. It's supposed to be a community television, local. By and for all denizens of the Echo River. But most of us down here spend most of our time on boats, and you can't plug a cable into a boat. So, years back, they set up a broadcast relay. They run a wire down to the crystal room, and then it gets beamed out around the river. The rock formations there have a nice resonant quality that naturally amplifies the signal quite a bit, as long as you keep them clean. Listen, miss.
No.
If you're interested in the WEVP, you should talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything, just ask around. I guess I'll get back to this damned old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you're dropping off the package. Nice chatting with you. Uh-huh.
So that explains a couple of things about the tech they use.
Yep.
So it's like any interconnected systems that are done wirelessly use a crystal resonator. And it would probably explain why all those fucking crystals keep washing up in the river for the gas station to sell.
Yep. Abel and Eloise, the lovers' couriers. Bred for racing, Abel and Eloise spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft.
Aww.
But old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloise would pick up scraps of paper from the ground, the trash, even pull them out of pockets and deliver them to other people nearby, to delight or embarrassment. Word spread, and travelers passing through this tunnel began to come prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly through these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloise would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stand set aside for their habitation, and that's where we left them.
That's really cute.
Yeah.
They're married.
Happy little pigeon couple.
And they love their work. Even when they're retired.
Just set it right over there by the lamp, sweetie. Thanks. Actually, just a minute. Who does that parcel claim to be from? That's weird. There's no label on it. Well, if we're lucky, it's chocolates from a secret admirer, and not a snake from an assassin. So who are you? Do you work for the post office or the tugboat? I only ask because I haven't seen you before. Was that you I heard chatting down the hall? I'm just doing Kate a favor dropping off this package. Kate? I love Kate. She helped deliver both my nieces, one in a hospital and one at the base of a mossy, moonlit oak. It was beautiful. I love Kate.
All the more reason
Yeah.
to ship Kate with Shannon.
Yes. I
She's
think
like-
Loretta's...
No, I was gonna say she's like the doula who is way into mushrooms and shit and owns her own boat. Like she just kind of screams like full-blown lesbian to me.
Yeah. I think Loretta's granddaughter used her, too. Oh, Loretta used to work here. Actually, I think quite a few of our former operators have relied at some time on Kate's services. Well, now I guess they'll have more time with their little ones. As you can see, all their chairs are empty. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work at the Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us. Loretta, Edna, Meg, Kara, Mary, Lois, Liz, Hester, Angie, Wilma, Connie. I was number 12. Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. Marie finished college, and Hester was fired for snapping at a rude caller, but he had it coming, and I hear she did just fine on her own. So they hired Beryl, Jana, and Sachiko, which brought us up to 13. And that was as many operators as we ever had here at one time. I didn't ask. Why do these people keep giving me their entire life stories?
Because they're fucking bored.
Yeah. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in, like it was nothing. Nothing. And they started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Kara, and Lois left one Friday evening and were asked not to come back on Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at a private PBX. They had Jana and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking residential meters. Sachko and Wilma were moved into energy sales, cold calling businesses to see if they needed to upgrade their electricity plan. At least they were still on the phone. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped. The hours were hell and hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. I was gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extended technique to the switchboard in those days. Sounded pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm impressed. He's got the voltage too high. He'll burn out the relay. So where was I? Hot honey broth and warm salt water? Extended switchboard technique? It was just Loretta, Angie, and you. Extended switchboard technique. It was all about timing your breath. Some girls got lightheaded doing too many calls in a row with that upbeat dynamic inflection they made us use to keep everything intelligible. It was very physical. Huh?
I just said, ha.
So after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced, and this place was rechristened Consolidated Auxiliary Switch Number 30. If it's automated, what do you do here? It's not fully automated. There are still gaps in functionality that need a human touch. And, you know, it really is all about touch here. Sound is a vibration, a touch you feel in your ear, so my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching, even on the phone. That's an electric touch, an intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. Oh. But that's not even what I mean when I say it's all about touch here. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor arrays, and the switchboard caught fire, it was just too much, too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays, but then the calls were getting mismatched and out of sync. It was a nightmare. Their technicians determined that the phone system down here had been designed ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So, short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that goes into routing a phone call. And that, officially, is my role here. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange. Once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you. They have some kind of machine somewhere that tracks how long it takes me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial, my little indicator light switch on, and I make the connection. Do you miss talking to callers? Interesting, what's the machine like?
Shannon.
Do you miss talking to callers? You know, there's something that bothers me about the process, besides the fact that I'm training my replacement who isn't even human. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it should take to time my every move and recreate that timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate. At least a month. That's what I said. But this has been going on for over a year, and a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there is no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper just to keep me here, filling in for the rhythm of the operators? What if I'm the cheap machine?
Ding, ding, ding.
Why don't you just quit? In this economy? Yeah, no, true. Based. No, you're probably right. Working in silence for peanut shells, waiting to be replaced by a robot. It doesn't sound very dignified, does it? The reality is that I've been working here for my whole adult life. I came here as a girl, and I'll leave as a middle-aged woman. I don't know if I'm ready to be her yet. Oh, the parcel. Right. Over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping that off. I know, right? Ouch. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. Alright. Yep, I thought so.
Oh no. Zippity zappity bone boys. Get him, Blue.
They stole Conway.
Hmm.
He's been shanghaied. Poppy playtime. Well,
One would
bye-bye,
hope.
Conway. I saw Blue get out of the boat when he was puttering along behind me, and he got close to the other side, and Blue got out of the boat. And as soon as I saw Blue get out of the boat, I was like, we're about to lose Conway, aren't
Mhm.
we? She returned on the dinghy alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where that impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. Oh, she met a family of 5 on a flat-bottom skiff. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. She met a flower salesman on a raft, or she met a painter of shipwrecks. I like this one. Guitar player pedaling on a floating bicycle with his dog. He said they took turns. The water was cold, and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work. The hardest work that dog had ever done, he expected. They'd been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy water, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start a small campfire. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case at the end of a thin rope. It floated pretty well, so he only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or some driftwood it was caught on. Is
It's like a
Conway
water
dead?
bindle.
I honestly don't know if Conway is technically dead or if he is in some kind of weird limbo between life and death, because I don't really know what's going on with the boys from the whiskey distillery. I know
To
that
be honest,
they're in debt,
yeah,
but you know,
that's the thing. Is this whole place could be everybody's dead.
yes, that
It's
yeah.
just the kind of abstract, weird shit,
She
But
invited him to ride a ways on the dinghy. Yeah. We've kind of been tossing the idea around this whole time that maybe this is some kind of weird limbo purgatory situation and everyone here is
Yeah.
dead. But
the distillery boys are like a sort of debtor's hell,
yeah. He appreciated the
But they
offer,
can-
but they weren't in a hurry.
They can bring more people into it because that's kind of how debt is.
Yeah, you can get roped into it. She met a family of 5 on a flat-bottom skiff. The boat was loaded to capacity with black plastic bags and a few larger pieces of furniture wrapped in a blue tarp. 3 paddled, the 2 adults and the older child. The 2 younger children slept. They'd been traveling all night, first by car and then for the last few hours by boat. Hungry and tired, they didn't plan to stop until they reached West Virginia, where a relative had offered to take them in. But the adults were happy to take a break from paddling in weary silence. They asked her about her river journey. She said she was on the way to Sam and Ida's. She told them about the memorial. They were sympathetic. No minors in their family, but he was once injured at a warehouse job and had to fight for disability pay. They knew what these companies were like and what it was like to have to assert your humanity to them. They wished her well and paddled on toward West Virginia. She met a flower salesman on a raft. They floated alongside in buoyant pots, bobbing untethered. He corralled them with a long pole and a stream of small adjustments. There's just a bunch
one
of
could
flower
argue
pots
that
just floating
Conway-
around. All right, then.
One could argue that Conway has become undead. I mean, he
Yeah,
is a neon
yeah.
skeleton consumed by the, specter of debt.
She leaned over the water to get a closer look, or she made small talk. Small talk sounds good. He was alert and easygoing. His day was just beginning. He used to work at the ballroom barn. Oh no, the balloon barn, sorry. But it closed down. When he wasn't selling flowers, he'd hang out by the highway and listen to the sounds the cars made, study them carefully, and then learn to reproduce them with his own voice. He was working on a record. That's a weird thing to hyperfixate on.
It sounds like clown nonsense.
Yeah. He drifted away with the current, pushing his flowers along with the raft. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she'd been craving, a moment of silence. Act 4, Scene 8. I think now might be a good time to stop because it's almost 8 o'clock. And my tongue hurts.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
It's swollen in just the right way that every time I try to, like, talk, I bite the spot that has the sore on it. Like, my teeth come down on top of that sore spot. So it's just been getting worse and worse. So there's a lot of reading in this, and a lot of talking to be done. So, I don't know why it's suddenly there in the first place. It wasn't there when I woke up earlier. And it's not like I bit my tongue at any point.
You couldn't have burned your tongue because your tea got cold.
Well, and it's towards the
Unless it was
back
on
of my
that-
tongue, too. It's like my molars are biting down on it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I did amazing. In regards to magically putting a sore on my tongue or just getting through the game? Anyways, yeah, I think I am gonna go ahead and stop here. Now that we're not, like, in the middle of something anymore in life. Why do I have 4 messages on Discord? Oh, it's from one of the other VTuber servers that I'm in. They're having a community event. Okay, but what community event are they having? What's going on? Oh, they're playing Supermarket Simulator together. Maybe I should go raid them. Just be like, everybody, we were playing Kentucky Route Zero. Although, literally, the only one still here is Lasagna. You and Lasagna.
And Bear.
And Bear. You're not listed when I go to the users in chat. You're
Because
not
he's a
listed
mod.
here. Well, he's not listed under moderators either. It's just you.
Huh.
It says me, broadcaster, shy moderator, and then users, stream elements, and the gay lasagna. So yeah, I don't
You're
know.
right.
He's
It's not
invisible to
showing
the
him in
chat.
here.
He's invisible. Alright, let's go find somebody to raid. I'm CP. The missile is EP.
But that doesn't really matter because I don't get to do that anymore.
My connection does go in and out. That makes sense. Oh, Kiwi Cat is streaming.
Well, there's a
And
little cutie
so is
pie.
Sayu. And so is Janelle, and so is April, and so is Ironmouth, and so is
April was
Chibidoki.
doing a 12-hour stream today.
Yeah.
You know, last night, they had the gall, to the audacity, to call me a good person.
Okay.
And so, my villainous vengeance had to be exacted upon them. And so, I took their little raid song that they do. The Hi, my name is April, and I did a parody.
Oh.
Sent it to them. It was fun. Because that's how I like to do villainy. But yeah, they were just doing like a walk around New York IRL stream for the most part, but by now they should probably be back at their apartment playing Zelda.
Yeah, I was just popping over to Chibidoki to see what they were doing. She's playing Roblox with some of her viewers, though, so. But also, like, her brand is chaos. Wait. I accidentally clicked the wrong button, so. But Kiwi Cat is playing Dawn Trail. and I don't want to accidentally spoilers myself or you for Dawn
Mhm.
Trail. So, but yeah, it looks like April's playing Zelda. Janelle's just chatting. Sayu playing Earthbound. Melissa is sleeping, which makes sense because it's late at night over there.
A couple of my Japanese streamer friends have been like just going ham on full day and then just passing out with the stream still on.
Oh, it looks like Iron Mouse is playing Alien Isolation.
Spooky.
I love how Chibidoki's stream title right now is Join If You're Cringe, playing Roblox with viewers. VTuber, anime, LGBT, furry, ADHD. uh... Ferret Software is currently streaming live, but it looks like all the ferrets is sleeping. Or just not here. Ow. Ow. My tongue. Ow. Whatever. Let's go raid April. Wait.
Yay.
Yeah. Let's go raid April.
Yeah, that's right, April. I still owe them some vengeance because they keep calling me a human.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the ending stream screen, so thanks for stopping by, Lasagna.
Yes.
I'm so
I hope you feel
sleepy.
better.
Yes, I hope that you have no cramps for the rest of the time and no more crime scenes to clean up. And good sleeps and good snacks. I'll see you on Wednesday probably, unless I do another pop-up stream like I did last night. I don't know, I haven't decided yet.
Switching
Good
it up.
night. Bye-bye.
Bye.